Are we up? We are up. All right. Howdy ho. Today we're going to do a little jiggy. We're going to get jiggy with some little drilling jigs for the glasses. And then there's no one here yet, so I don't know why I'm really telling anyone all this. Let's get a few people in. And we will... yeah. Hello. As you come in, check in so I know that you can hear me and see me. Just stay on top of that a little. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Is everything good as far as that goes? Anyone? Anyone? There are 31 people out there. Someone tell me if you can hear me and see me. Come on, you can do it. No? Nothing? No one? See, this is always where I wonder if it is you can hear me or see me. Did that go up? Anyone? Anything? Okay, well, there we go. At least YouTube can hear me and see me, so I assume everyone else can. Woohoo! Look at that. Thank you, Lewis. So I'm going to start out preparing these jigs, these drilling jigs for, hello, Tyson, for drilling the glasses that I made. Here, we'll quickly, they are up here, hold on. Sort of these guys. So I'm going to create a drilling jig so I can drill these posts and make sure the lenses have the same drilling platform. You can see because of how they're designed, there's a little bit of registration issue I just have to be careful of. And so that is what we are doing right now. Yeah, so I'm going to just work on these jigs for a bit. Remember, if anyone has any questions about anything, feel free to ask, and I can easily stop what I'm doing here and work on any questions or issues that any of you have. So don't hesitate to stop me from doing this to work on what you would like to see. All right. So let me get these little groovers out. So these are the arms for the glasses. Now these are really just to hold them in place while we do the drilling jig, so I'm not too worried about detail. Also, if you're worried about, I'm going to increase these by 2.5%, and that'll give me my shrinkage rate, I believe. But if it winds up that they don't fit perfectly, I'd probably just go back in and grind it out a little instead of really worrying about the detail finish, because this is just meant to hold these at the right angle so we can drill them. Hey Eric, how's it going? So I have these blanks, which are sort of my, right, you can see that that's just a solid block, right? But if you'll notice, that solid block is just a wee bit smaller, right? See how there's that step around the edge there? So this way, I can go we'll just set these up as our, we need to get you out of here. Let's duplicate. That's my arms, right? So I'm going to bring those down here because we're going to create a new cutting folder here in a second. That's that, that's that. That is the arm. So this is my little drill bit rig. One is the hole depth, one is the stopper for the bit. This is the length of my bit. So I can go down, make sure it goes through the model, right? And then that allows me to have all of that in one place. I position them and then separate them to similar parts. And it gives me those different things pretty cleanly. So we have, I think, I'm trying to debate if we want to do this with these pins in or not. Might as well. So let's stretch these out so they are definitely puncturing the surface. You'll see what I mean here in a second. And even if your bit doesn't plan to go all the way through the block, you know, because I have those short little sort of dental carbide bits, you want your holes to go all the way through so you can, with forced air, just blow through so your filings don't get all jammed up in the little hole. Righto. So Jaggle right now, what we're working on is I'm setting up drilling jigs for my glasses. Right, so those are the glasses arms. And you can see over here, I have, come on you. So like this is the arch jig, right? These are the stopping gates, right? So that stops the drill bit. As you can see, that's the front, and then on the bottom, boom. And that just pinches. I have like a little flip over thing that I've made. And then this will act as a stop, or act as these are the stops. And then I'll just come in with my drill bit. And that way my drill bit's always 90 to the hole that I need. It's always the right size. It has stops. I have this little drill press. And so that's what I'm, yeah, I did. No, I made these up. I just kind of guessed. I know I've done glasses before, so I sort of know the angle, but I need to print them and actually put them on to get that angle adjustment perfect. Sadly, I destroyed my printer. I'm in the process of getting another printer. I had someone help me with doing prints, and they destroyed my printer, sadly. Well, I put them out there. And no, I wouldn't necessarily. They're completely inspired by Giger. Like I said, a lot of people who know me know that Henry Moore really is more of a foundational. But yeah, they're sort of biomechanical, right? And then you'll be able to cut your lenses to whatever shape you want. Hold on, where's the Instagram? Let's do it this way. Boop. Come on. Yeah, so here. That's kind of what we're looking at, right? So you can change the shape of the lenses. But this way, you get your lens shape clamps, and then no matter what happens, because these aren't normal. Normally you just have two little pins here and two little pins there, and you just kind of bend it. These have a little bit more complicated geometry on the pin setting. for the little bolts. So yeah. Yeah. Hey Alex, how are we doing? Yeah, getting a printer is real important. And just so all of you know, I'll probably be running a live class here coming up soon while I'm waiting to get my my education platform done. We're probably going to run the live class again. So for those of you interested in classes, in the next few weeks, I'll know the date and we'll know exactly what's going on. But I figured it's been too long that since I didn't run a class last year at all. So we'll do one and then I'll work on my live platform as well. But that way we can get some people going in the live classes. I'll give you much more information on that as the next couple weeks go by. I might post something for a mailing list or something next week. All right, so we are back to this guy. Remember, if anyone has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. This is just what I'm working on at the moment, trying to get things done. So, new folder, jig base, jig base parts. And then we just drag all these up into here. And this, no, we're going to make this the starting part because it needs the most cut away from it. We're going to make this negative. We are going to hide the drill jig for right now because we don't need it. We're going to bring you there. Okay, so we have that as a negative, right? Cutting, base. I think we're all okay. Let us go make sure that none of these are like 20 million polys or anything ridiculous like that because we don't need that. Actually, I think this one was giving me grief. Let's just Dynamesh it. 1.5 is fine. Dynamesh. Earlier, something was wrong with one of these. I don't know. Sometimes it's like, that is not a valid model, and you're like, it's a primitive. Don't know. Sometimes you gotta just remesh it and move on. So did we just redynamesh that? We did. 1.5. Okay, so here we go. Right? Let's go back through our parts and make sure we have everybody. So this is cutting out of that. This is cutting out. This should cut out of both. And it's the order is important. I just can't remember what it is, so we'll do it first. It's funny, it's counterintuitive because it's not the one that's on top will cut both below. I think it's the one below cuts the ones on. It's procedural. My capacity to remember the procedure is pretty minimal. So I just do it once. And then we'll check. Boolean folder. I will almost always do all my Boolean. I almost never use the live Boolean anymore. I do everything inside my folders. Because instead of creating new tools up here and getting my tool menu just clouded with every Boolean I do, it now... all right, that could be good. So doing it here, because see now it's just created this subtool, right? And actually that's exactly what we wanted it to do. We do need to get rid of this noise right here. I'm gonna guess a little more. There we go. And so that way, let's turn symmetry on. These are aligned oddly. And now I'm just going to use trim front. And oops, it should have, there we go. And it brought all that garbage down. All right. So that looks pretty good, right? And so now what we do is, since this all cut away from this part, oh, I didn't push start. Now I just push the start button right here. So now we are going to be cutting away from this part. Hold on, let's turn this off, right? Because I want these to cut away from that as well. So it pinches in there, right? So we're just going to take that, Boolean folder. Well, I mean, I guess it all depends on what you mean by one click. You know, I mean, I would argue that, you know, that's one click. Here, I'll show you one sec. Here, we'll just do that. Flip that bad boy. Planar flatten. And just knock that back down so that noise is out of my way. There we go. All right, so if you just want to do like a whole, let's say we want this to be a whole, right? I will, let's throw this in a new folder so we can just Boolean it. Normally I'll just I'll create my primitive right here. I want it to be a cylinder. I want it to be smooth. Yeah, pretty good guess. Then we just drag it down. Now I'm just going to split mask points so they're separate. Make sure that's start, make that negative, Boolean folder, and one of my parts isn't a good part. Whenever you get through these, you want to double check your parts, because often you're left with weird internal stuff. I was just trying to do it quickly to show you, but of course that becomes anytime I just, oh, did I just screw myself? I did, didn't I? No, that's the part there. I mean, you could just drag your, I mean, do you know how to use Boolean in ZBrush? Okay, hold on. How do I add more than 2 rows of buttons behind the arrows? What does that mean? You mean down here? How do I add these buttons? I'm not sure exactly what that means. Give me an idea of what you're asking. Sorry. Now, I mean, you draw a circle and it creates a hole along the view. I don't know anything about 3D coat, so I can't compare the function. I mean, you just create a cylinder and cut a hole. How is it? That's not very complicated. Am I missing something? Sorry, I'm not trying to be weird or, smart ass or anything. I'm not quite exactly sure what we're talking about. All right. Okay. Well, I don't write scripts or anything. I decide I need a hole there. I just make a cylinder and here. I mean, we're going to do another hole in a second here. So now we have our two parts in our blend. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. I mean, when you have are you talking about the interface, like these things here? You're talking about these arrows and the arrows down here? Well, my arrows are down below this. This isn't turned on. This literally is just, when you're doing customize, you can literally just add things into that little box and it'll automatically spread to your how many things you have in it. Okay, so hold on. You just drop it on and that little bar just spreads. My arrows are below this. This isn't like this. See, there are my arrows there. Right, in that little space between that arrow and this, you have these moving menu bars. And these are all the same. You hold down Control and you can slide them around. And that also works with these. So this is that little space above those two arrows. See, there are the two arrows there. At least I assume that's what we're talking about. Okay. So since I'm not exactly sure by what do you mean it. Well, I mean, I guess maybe there are other ways of doing it quicker. Sure, I mean, like 3-coat, maybe. I just don't know anything about 3-coat. I don't know the difference. But I mean, like, I want to see, I need my drill depths here, right? So I'm just going to take this, cut this off so I can actually see what's going on the inside of my part. Come on. Bring this down. Woo! Make sure to hit your arrow. Drag this over. I just want it to go a little below my depth of cutting, right? And like I said, we'll just get rid of half of we're just hiding it so we can see what our drill depths are here. And that's fine, that's going below, but we want it to go a wee bit lower than that. Okay. Now, I need to position these. Oop. Then I'm just going to hold down Control and drag this one over here. And now those are there. They're going below my drilling surface. You know, you want to make sure that you're drilling through the object, and that's good. So now, this column here, hold on, turn Q off for a second. That's our bit. This is our cutting depth tube. So I want it to come down just above here. And then these are our stops. And we're going to drag them down to there. But because we don't want the tip of this going too far, we want to make sure that that is the stop where we want the bit to stop, right? Because they have the little round things where it'll hit, and that acts, it's like a little nylon thing. So, and we can do that instead of moving the stop. That gives us a stop. Does that make sense? Are you in preferences? I mean, okay, so preferences, configure, enable customization. I'm just going to drag something out of the toolbar. Let's grab clay. So Control Alt, this way I can grab it, right? And you just grab it and drop it. And it will add if it needs more space, right? So did I just, no, it didn't go down there. Okay, so you just drag it and drop it, and it'll keep adding them in. Turn enable customization off, and there we go. Okay, so now I am really debating where this guy actually is. Wait, where'd my drill bit go? These are my stopping tubes here. That's what I want to see. Right? Actually, I want to undo that real quick. So first thing we want to do is bring that down. All right, and now all our stops are in place. That's why we did it that way. Right? And so now we come in here and I put this in a folder, new folder. This is cutter and guides. Now we split to similar parts. And now these are all in their own parts, right? So what we need to do is come down here. Let's open this up a little more so we can see those. I need that as a cutting stop. So we're going to take this piece right here. Come on. Show part. Excuse me. I'm going to drag it in here. I need those holes cut. Drop it below it. Start negative Boolean. Boolean folder. Oh, I could have done these in the same. Here, hold on. Let me hide this one. Show part. Hide. Come back here and make sure those those did not drill in. Are these? Dynameshing. Just dynameshing is often just the easiest way to get the mesh to be okay. Now, check mesh integrity, close holes. Now you're seeing it's saying that it's not a legitimate mesh. Close holes one more time. So, and once again, because this doesn't have to be super accurate, you know, as far as detail goes, I don't mind dynameshing again. I'm just going to re-dynamesh it. 1.5 million is fine as far as detail. When you Boolean, often it leaves noise inside. The noise often does this. Dynamesh will get rid of that noise. Hey, Raytheon, how's it going? I don't know about scripting really as far as being able to get it to just do a hole. I don't know. Sorry. All right, now let's... here we go. Now it's going to be a pain in the butt. Let's... New folder... Auto group, group split. Okay, split the parts. Not composed of multiple parts. Then why the hell isn't a... Ugh, you kill me. Dynamesh it again. You know what? I'm not exactly sure. It's the Wacom, no, bad brain day. Come on, Tomas. Pro Engine. I'm not exactly sure what it has. They gave it to me, and it works for my traveling. I'm not at home. I'm traveling to stream, so I'm not exactly sure. Sorry about that. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Close holes. Okay, I don't know. Sometimes you just have to re-dynamesh and close holes a couple times to get it to function. Sometimes it does not want to function. All right, so we're going to drag that out of there. We're going to drag that out of there. We're going to move this up here. We're going to make that negative, and then we are going to Boolean folder. Oh, you have to turn it on. Or it doesn't do anything. Boolean folder. Boolean acts on what's visible in your folder. Okay. You know what? Are you going to be here for a couple of minutes, Rena? I'll show you how I deal with that. There are a couple ways of dealing with it. It depends on what and how you're trying to size, right? If there's detail on the front of the ring that you want to keep to the same scale, Do you want the whole ring to change scale? Does it have a stone in it? So the stone has to stay the same and the ring changes size around it. Is it the same ring, but the stones have to change size? So there are all kinds of ways of going about it, but I'll show you in just a second. Let me get this sorted because my poor brain will never remember where I'm at, and I just want to get these cut. So we will go to ring sizing here in a minute. It's slightly convoluted how I do it, but it works well. Did I grab the wrong ones? I sure did. Look at that. Okay, these are the wrong ones. These need to come back up in here. This comes down here. And let's do that one more time. I'm just going to delete that because it works. Sorry guys, I didn't get any sleep last night, so I'm a little slow today. Yeah, it was rough. So if I'm a little laggy, I apologize. All right, here we go. Let's try that one more time. Start. Those are negative. Those are negative. Boolean folder. And now that. So those are the key seats for stopping, which is good. Now they're going to be trapped in there, so I'm not worried about that being a completely shallow seat. And then that gives me my stop for my drill bits, right? That's going to be a stop that'll sit there. So these come along here. That goes with that. And then this is the bottom. Doo-doo. And so now we have the drill bit with the stops. Let's turn that off. Right? And so I don't know if you'll, I'm sure you've seen them, but let's just look at this real quick just so you can visualize what's going on. So the little micro carbide drill bits look like this. And they have these stops on them. So I can come back and adjust my stops, right? It depends on how deep you want it to plunge. I have just this setup though, so it doesn't, right now it's not bothering me to have a stop that's that far above, because it's also acting as a guide on your drill press, so you don't get chatter while you're cutting these through. So, and the other rig, I thought I had it here, but did it download? It doesn't look like a download, does it? Well, we're waiting for this to download. And that has the other stuff in it. All right. So those act as cutting jigs. And so that's how, I have a whole setup. The clamp is actually in the other tool. But you can see how you can quickly just use the jigs, like just blocks, to create jigs for drilling. And it's super nice. Yes, I am making a urinal. How did you know? This is the very important urinal. Ta-da! And this gives you like fantasy splash, right? This is a fantasy splash game. No, not a urinal. A drilling jig for my glasses arms. Boop, boop. Right? All right, so let us deal with a little ring sizing. And I teach this in class, and this is, hold on, let's just see if we have a ring here. So if you're doing ring sizing, the things you need to understand is you need your smallest and largest sizes, because you have to do two versions of your ring to get it to work right if you want it to be easy. Do you have any problems with low frame? Not on my computer. Streaming, I do. You know, obviously when I have a huge model. Now on this machine, I can handle, 25, 35 million polys. Okay. My machine at home, I can do, 150 million poly models. And I mean, on one frame, not breaking it up between subtools. So like I can have a subtool that's 100,000 or 100 million poly models, and my machine at home will deal with that. So it just comes down to having a machine that can deal with that, because I have a dual core at home. So I have like 32 cores, processing, and then I fried RAM, so I'm back down to 64 gigs of RAM, but I'm going to upgrade my RAM so it gets back into the 90s, and that helps a lot as well. Yeah. All right, ring sizing. So do I really not have something that is, hold on, let me look at my quick saves real quick and just see if we have a ring that I can use that's easy. This is all critique stuff. We won't use their stuff. That's annoying. For some reason, it's not linking to the same file. Traveling's always a nightmare. Okay, well, fine, whatever. We'll do it this way. So, let me save that. Quick save. Quick save. So we come over to our wonderful plugin. Oh, what happened? Preferences, restore, custom UI. Somehow we lost some of that. All right, so ring master. I want a thickness of 3 millimeter, width of 5 millimeter, and let's make this, we're gonna go from size 6 to size 13. We'll do that in a second. So, all right, 3 mil, 5 mil, I think we can get a gemstone in here as well. On band, top, round, that's fine. Create ring base mesh. Now when you use Ring Master, you're creating a new project. So it's going to ask, oh, do I have this set to append? Oh. That just appended this into this. That is not really what we wanted to do. Is that it? Oh, there it is. And append. Okay. No, delete, not duplicate. Sorry, I have mine set up to append. And right frame. So you can see on a small ring, 3 mil is pretty tight. Where are you? So you can see 3 mils pretty thick. So let's take that to 2 mil. Great ring base mesh. Delete that. Oh. Okay. So you have your ring. And as you'll notice, it gives me my measurements here. Now I have all of these, when you download my brush tools, I have all these actually broken out as tools. So instead of going through like that, I can come in here, jewelry tools, rings by sizes, and then let's say you'll want to go up to a size 12. Well, 13 is probably the bigger end of a line, right? So where's size 13? Boop, boop. We want that. We'll bring in the mandrel, actually. That's just easier. Okay. All right. So we have our size 6 ring. Let's turn on transparency so we can see everybody. And let's divide it. And this ring must be creased. That's okay. All right, and we're gonna make a quick ring real quick. All right, just so it's not, well, why isn't it doing that? Okay, so there we go, front. Let's turn floor on. Okay, that is bottom. Just make sure we're gonna turn on symmetry, and I want it to be X and Z. And we're going to clay tubes. Right? So now, clay tube selected. Where is my brush? Now, we're gonna just make sure, see as you import this ring in, see at 16512 by 5, because it imported into a scene using Ringmaster, you might come up with something squirrely, just make sure. See how we're too big, we're 2020, wait, no, use update size ratio. Because 2025, interesting. Oh no, that's right, because it's 2 on either side. Okay, fine. So we're good. That's roughly our ring size. So now let's just sculpt something really fast. Just so you have something to scale. Let's lower our res a little so we can move this material quickly. Right, and just giving us a detail so we can see what happens when we start to scale. All right. And where's our little stone here? All right, let's just get it down here. Oop, wrong button. All right. I know this is a little feminine to go all the way back up to size 16, but whatever. Right. I just want to give you a few things where you can see what happens to the detail as we scale. Okay. Any details to go around the side a little. Lower res, clean that up a touch. Okay. Now I assume when you're talking about resizing, you're talking about doing it for lines, or you're just talking about doing one-offs, because slightly different how we handle them. I just want to get a ring that we can size here. Trim front. Let's get rid of some of this. Just give me another second here. We just need detail on the top, on the sides, and on the bottom so we can talk about how it stretches. Right? Now, unlike a lot of your CAD programs out there, which are just a one-button hit, we're not at that one-button hit yet. We're working on it, trying to get the tools built. But, you know, ZBrush has a busy development schedule, and we are on it. It's just there are a lot of other things that far more people use, so trying to get ring scaling in here as a one-button hit is tricky. All right, so let us trim dynamic. But I will show you the main reason I actually like this process that I developed for ring sizing in ZBrush better than I like it, let's say, on Matrix. Right, you know, their ring resizer thing. Now let's, okay, you. And I just want a little detail here on the sides. And we want a square. There we go. And the reason we're going with little lines is because little lines are sort of calibrated so you can see what's happening. All right, let's. Remember when you're putting lines on things like this and you're going around a curve, don't get trapped in the one view. Make sure that you rotate your object as you're doing this, because you'll wind up with weird curved like crescent moons as you go around because, well, you're going around, and if you're not actually doing that, it looks funky. So keep rotating your piece while you're doing it. All right, so now we have detail around the sides. So we have something that we can look at that will change as we size these rings. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All right. That'll be great. Okay. So you have your ring. Reno, are you still here? I just want to make sure I'm doing this so you can see it, right? So you have your band. Once again, this is not a grand design thing here. This is purely just trying to get you to kind of wrap your head around sizing. And I assure you, we will have to go over this a few times in the future. When my class comes out, I'll have this broken down pretty well, and hopefully at some point soon we'll have it built in as a tool. But like I said, getting jewelry development done, they're very responsive to me, and I really appreciate the work they've done, but sadly we are still a very small number of ZBrush's users, so some of those always come before us. Oh, no. A lot of people ask this question, so this isn't, I mean, I want you to kind of wrap your head around it, because I assure you, you're not going to grasp this after, well, you may. I don't know. I have to rethink it every time, because there's a button order that if you don't do it in the right button order, it doesn't work, and it makes me crazy. And of course, I can never remember it when I'm unprepared. All right, so we have a ring. Now, are you just talking about, let's say you want to take this up a ring size, or are you talking about doing lines where you want it in a whole bunch of ring sizes? So what do you think? Hey, VFX, how's it going? I love you too. Which one are you more asking about? Because they're kind of the same, but kind of different. So here, that mandrel is for size 13. Let me grab one more. This is a size 6. Let's go to a size 8. Just in case you're talking about singular. Go to mandrel, come here. Nope. Come here. Append that one. All right, so if you're just talking about going up a singular size or 2 sizes, okay, whole bunch of ring sizes. Well, that answers that question. Well, so we're going to hide our 8mm here. All right, so we've started at size 6. You may want to start at size 5, but I'm saying we're starting our line at size 6. So we know that our mandrel started out with a size 6, right? And do I not have my size 6 mandrel in here? Oh no, because we created it there and then I threw it away. We are going to go to size 6. Where are you? Size 6. So now we're going to grab that mandrel and bring it up here, append that mandrel. Okay. Right. So we have our mandrel. We are at a size 6. Oh, thank you very much. All right, so we have our size 6. Now, I would suggest, because it's a thin band, as we go up to a size 13, we're probably going to make it a little bigger. But I'm going to show you how to do this initially and not changing the shape too much, right? So let's hide this because that's a size 8. That's just a test. And now we have a size 13. So first thing you want to do, new folder, base parts. So our stone, we're going to get our size 8 mandrel and our size 13 mandrel in there. We're going to keep our ring outside for right now. All right. So we have our base size, 18. The other thing I'm going to do right now is I'm going to merge the stone down. So as we futz with it, I'm just going to keep the stone with it, but I'll hide it when we actually work because it'll bend. So we'll pop that out later, but I just want it to travel with the stone as we go up. So now we're going to turn on our size 13 mandrel. Well, okay, well that's dramatic, right? So we grab our ring, we go 4. No, we go W. I don't know why I hit 4. And we're going to bring it out to where it is on the outside of that ring, right? And now I'm going to drag this down here. And as of right now, I'm going to say that we want this to be the same band. Let's say they're wedding bands. 5's a little small for a guy, but whatever wedding band, they want them to be the same. So we're going to start with the same. And I'm literally going to mask this off at that baseline where it touches, right? I'm going to get to there, and then I'm going to just, come on. We can turn on transparency so you can see what's going on. We're going to drag this down. Now, as you can see, we're stretching. We're just, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, do not size all sub shit. Not what I wanted to do, by the way. Come on, escape. I don't know if that actually did something. Let's undo all those steps. Sorry. Having resize all subtools in the wrong area really can suck. All right. So, yeah, I know. And I always turn that off and save it, and then somehow it always turns itself back on. It's like, argh. All right, let's get you back. Get you back. Get you back. Now, why did you guys? Okay. Ugh, pain in the butt. Okay. We're here again. And literally, it's worth taking your time to do this. Because when this actually gets into the full thing, it's pure magic. And so you have your first, I suggest start with the smallest detail first. So you're starting with a size 6. Now we're just going to stretch this out and get this to here. And then we're going to take this and we're going to stretch this out to get it around. And now you can see that this has become pretty thick. And we've started distorting up here, right? I'm not necessarily worried about that right now. So like if you know that you don't want this area up here to distort, right? Remember how I said that it would distort as we get bigger? Turn Q off. turn X on. Right. And we're going to just mask the center part off because I want it to stay the same, because I want the stone to stay the same, right? So I'm going to find an easy place to pull this out on, and we're going to just decide on this right here. Yeah. You can see I'm not being super careful because you're going to have to come back in here and touch all this stuff up. All right. But I think I want that longer triangle to travel with the ring, so it's not quite as on top. I'm just take a stretch mark, or just take a line right there. There we go. And we're going to split hidden. Right? Because I just wanted my stone to travel with me, so now we're back at the ring. And I'm going to just mask that off. All right, so now come here, come to the front. Here, I'm just going to make that a separate poly group because we're going to mask this off. Right, we're masking it off to where it hits just the top of the ring. And you can see that by the mandrel. Oh. Now, come down, get that on that line, drag that out. And we're just going to come back and push all that back in eventually. And now we're going to do this. And I'm going to cheat and just bring it in a little. Now you can see what's happened here. Look at how far off the band this is, right? So this is where you can either use Y or just use move and get this all back to where it was. Because like I said, you're going to have to spend a little time working with this piece. And now we're just going to bring all this back and in. Right. And you're going to have to clean up that seam just a touch. That's nothing to worry about. And now we're going to come back in and we're just going to kind of push and pull this to where it is. Now this is where infinite depth helps a lot because it's moving everything all the way through. So we're just going to bring this down. And this is a dramatic jump, so this is a big change. So this seems like it's pretty dramatic. And it is, if you think about keeping the ring the same, but it calibrates everything pretty nicely. So let's punch all that back in. We're just going to bring this out to where it is touching. We'll go back through and smooth out all the detail really quick. And because we jumped to a size 13, we can do a few other things and change it so it looks good at scale. But all right, so there you go. You're roughly there. I would come back in, and retouch up this stuff lower. Just quickly go over it, get everybody back smooth again. For some reason, oh, that's interesting. I lost my subdivision level somewhere along the way here. So under normal circumstances, I'm going to keep my subdivision levels so I can tune this up a little better. If you've lost your subdivision levels, so it's very hard to smooth without those subdivision levels. And because I normally I'll duplicate before I do this, so we always have the base ring to go back to. but that's okay. We're going to duplicate this now, and now I'm just going to Z-remesh this. I'm going to take this down a little more. Z-remesh. Because I want my subdivision levels. They're important. Come on. You can do it. Cool. Reset password. All right, so now I'm just going to come in here, divide this up. All right, well, 3 million's fine. What is that? That's 8, so actually we can divide that one more time, just so we have a resolution. Okay, so now, gonna lower this resolution. Gonna come back to here, hit down Control, make sure that that little orange thing has the white. That's now our history state. Gonna come back here, and I'm going to project history. And there you go. So now we have our subdivision levels, and that lumpiness. I'm just going to come back through here really quick, and I'm going to wipe this out. And you're like, oh, well, Tomas, you're basically resculpting your ring. Yeah, it's better than doing 13 versions of it, let me tell you. So just clean it back up. And because this is a size 13, we're going to do a little change because I want you to see the process of doing that. We're going to come in here. I want this to stay the same. And we're going to make this a little wider. All right, we're going to go cute because I want to show you how to quickly do your changes. So, all right, so now we roughly have our ring again. It's now substantially larger. Actually, I would have reprojected that before I... It's okay. Let's just get our higher resolution, and I'll quickly resculpt this. And I'm going to resculpt it just a little different just to give you an idea of what we can have here, right? So we have the size of stone hasn't changed, right? And let's go ahead and give you this line. And if there's anyone who's saying that, oh my gosh, this is such a hellish task to do ring changes, you've never done sizing to do it a line for sizing, because at the end of the day, you're going to see why this is so much better than Matrix's tool. Now, mind you, it means you have to come in here and do this and get your two different sculpted sizes in. But I think that honestly this is important, because if you're going from a size 6 to a size 13, things change. You can't just stretch that ring. You know, the designs will change. It's going to sit off the finger differently. At least it better, or you've made a really weird ring. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Now, because of this, we're going to change the design a little. what I'm going to do is, because this is a size 13, we're going to make this a little bit prouder. Okay. Lower my res, smooth. And because this stretched, all my bands stretched, right? So I don't mind coming back in because I want those to be the same scale. So I don't mind redoing those. Now clay 2. Is this at 8 million? Are we all the way up? No. I'm like, why are those going away so quick? All right, so. All right. Something funky is going on down there. That's okay. And then we're going to come back in and do our little strokes. Now, if you notice, these strokes have changed. I'm not using the same brush, so these are flatter. And I'm just going to say it's because we went up in size. I know that doesn't have to happen, but I want to show you why this is a far more powerful tool than just grabbing your shanks and resizing them. Okay, so we have that. And so you come in here and you figure out exactly where you want things to be. All right. And I know your initial response is going to be, but they're going to be different. But when you have a big change, I think that's okay. And the other thing that makes this super awesome is that it allows you to create mass market custom rings. And what I mean by that is this. Okay, so we have our basic design, right? Here it is at a size 6, right? And I totally porked the pooch on this because this is the old. Oh, I can go back, can't I? Here, let's come back some. So now we're going to bring our ring back. That is so weird. I do not know how I lost the base ring. That's strange. Like I lost the subdivisions from this point. Okay. So you have your ring size 6. And you have your ring size 13. Now that's a big change. For those of you out there who don't size rings and stuff, this is a nightmare sizing because you have completely changed the tenor and design of the ring. And, details have to change. And especially if you're going up in stone sizes and things like that, your heads have to spread to change stone size. So, but this, we've only widened it a little, and then obviously I didn't take the time to really get the designs the same, but I don't want them to be the same because I want to show you. So you start back with your original piece, right? Or 6mm piece. Now we're going to hide this. We're going to duplicate this. Let's bring this up here just to get it out of the way. And now we're back down to here. So now you have to come down here to, well, first of all, you got to go to movie and turn timeline on. So we have our timeline. Hey, how are we doing, my brother? Sungwoo, yay, my hero. You really are one of my heroes, actually. Sungwoo is awesome sauce. All right, so we have our base ring. We have a ring that we've done the size 13. So that's going to give us something to project to, because this all has to be done in one shot. So, and I know this seems like it's redundant, and everyone's like, oh, in Matrix I can just go push and slide it. But all that's going to do is stretch it, where this allows you real morphing because it's taking in-betweens, which is just awesome sauce. So, we come back to this guy. Let's just bring this up here. Or separate it with, I'm just using the stone as the separator so I know what's going on. All right, so we start here. We have our timeline turned on. We come down to layers and we go record. So now we're recording. So you have your little record button on. So now we do the exact same thing we just did a few seconds ago. I'm going to turn transparency on just so we can see it a little easier. We're going to grab W. We're going to autosave. We're going to mask this off. Where are you? Oh. Well, since we expanded that up a little, actually, you know what? I'm going to let it stretch just a touch. Right there. Now we're going to mask that off. Stretch this all the way down to here. We're going to do the same thing and kind of pull this out to here. I'm now going to take this from the top. And I'm going to move this back. I'm going to hide this little guy for a second. We're going to bring, no, that's what we want. I want to hide that ring. I'm like, why am I? Okay. So this is the ring we're working on. We need that turned on. Infinite depth. And now I'm just going to kind of get my ring within that boundary again. And of course, I didn't remesh this again, so we're back to that same issue, but that's okay. You can see I'm just trying to drag it into the parameters of the other piece. Let's get it close. Kind of close. We're going to now just go project all, because I didn't mark this as project history. And we're going to have, I didn't widen this out, but that's okay. Oh, no, you're more than willing to ask. Wacom doesn't really give discount codes. Their margins, I know it sounds funny, but their margins are so tight. They're really kind of weird about it. So I don't have anything to give, sadly. When the class goes up, I might be able to get a mass discount. I'm not exactly sure. I need to talk to her this week. If you text me and remind me, I'll see what I'll ask again. Because I thought, I'm thinking that there was something. I just can't remember. But yeah, Wacom doesn't discount much of their stuff. Their margins are very, very tight. Are we back? Sorry, I canceled that. This machine in projecting things that are like 8 and 10 million, it can take quite a while, so I'm going to reduce that. Maybe. We might just die here. Okay, let's try that again. I have to remember that this isn't my home computer. Things that I normally do just on gesture, I can't really do here. Otherwise, it chokes out this machine, sadly. All right, let's try this again. Did it save it? See how that's dark? I do not have faith in that. Oh no, you definitely want a big one. Like I said, if you want to wait, I can call and make sure, see if there is something there. But if I remember correctly, unless it's big buys, their margins are pretty tight. They don't discount much. All right, let's just do this real quick. Hold down Control, mark that as history. ZBrush. Oh, I didn't duplicate. Grr. When you get out of your loop, it's horrible. You have to take these steps, step by step by step. And I'm trying to do this quickly, but it is, when you're doing lines, let me tell you, being able to do all of them in a couple hours as opposed to, days of resizing and getting it right, it's awesome. Exactly. Well, because of layers, what we have are in-betweens, because this is a, this is a film and animation thing. So let me hide these real quick. Let's divide this back up. And let's project history. And it should be able to do this a little quicker with the 1 million polys. But because yes, sadly, this machine does not do these projection stuff as quickly as my one at home. You can do it. I have a little video on this as well. If you ask, I can send it to you. But it's not that hard. And everyone seems to think that it's a lot of work. And it's not, compared to creating a line that's resized, especially if it's just sculptural stuff. Like if you have sculptural detail on it, that's where this becomes a real nightmare when you're trying to resize. All right, so there we go. We have that. And now we're going to show this because that's what you're projecting to. Let's turn transparency off. Or on. W. Get it down here. I want that to distort a little, so I'm taking it to there. Distort a little and taking it to there. Now we're going to mask that off. We're going to take this all the way down to here. We're going to take this all the way out to there. And then, like I said, from the top, turn down cube, grab, move, infinite depth, Z. Is Q on? Uh, 0.8. And so now I'm going to grab this and just slide it back into place. And obviously, if you're doing this, you can spend a touch more time on this and actually get it very close to where it was. But now, once again, we're coming back in here. We're just getting this within this boundary, our sort of projection boundary. And as you can see, I'm not being super careful. I just want it within its projection distance, right? So we'll just kind of knock everyone down to get back within our projection range. And we made it fatter, if I remember. And like I said, it masks that center off a little. So that doesn't change. W. We'll increase this out to here. And we're just going to push that little ridge back. Oh. Moving infinite XYZ does not help if you're moving X. I obviously didn't keep that fin. And so now we have projection history. I'm going to change my distance to 0.06. And I'm going to project history. Oh, No. We have to make sure that this is our history state. Right? So I have to come in here, hold down Control. Because this is the one that we built before, right? Oh, okay. So we come back to this ring, which we did not turn our layers back on. Come on. You have to turn layers on, by the way, or this doesn't work. Come on. There it is. One more time. We have our base ring at size 6. We have sculpted our ring at size 13. Hey, Shaquille. Hey, Atoro. Oh, we sort of crashed earlier. Once you get out of order, it's a nightmare. You've sculpted your ring at size 6. You've sculpted your ring at size 16 or 13. And we now turn on layers. I'm going to lower this res so this smooths. Oh, that's interesting. You can't lower res and retain layers. Fascinating. I'm not going to lower the resolution then. See how you are? Okay. So, there it is. So, once again, come down, stretch it out a touch until I get my distortion up there that I was careful of. That's close. Gonna bend that out there, gonna get that down to there. Come back up here. Layer is on, correct? Okay, just making sure before I go through all this again. Move infinite Z. Grab that, get it close. We're going to turn that off so we can see the side here, and we're going to just futz with this so it does, so it looks right. Doesn't matter because you're going to project back to this, but it's easier not to have crappy geometry in there. All right, so there we go. We're kind of close. Turn this back on. And now move all this crap inside. Move this up. Now, hopefully, we're projecting a 5 million crap. All right. If the machine chokes out a little, it's because it's projecting. All right, so we're going to go back to our guy up here. It is the history state. We're going to come back here. 0.06. Unmask everybody. And now come in here, and there are places, I didn't make it wider. There are places that you can obviously just come back in and really quickly futz with. These are obviously far away. I'm just going to grab them and move them out. I'm just going to tap this mesh into kind of getting it sort of where my projection range is going to... What is going on with that? Right, just kind of pull this out to where we're going to be kind of within that projection range area. it's pretty close. And now you might have to come back through this and touch it up in a couple places. But like I said, spending this time and doing this kind of what seems like arbitrary waste of time work really isn't. All right. That should be in our projection range. We'll see. All right, so now I'm going to come back in, and we are still recording. Project history. If the stream lags out, it's because my poor computer is. When I have to redo things when it should. See, this is a horrible demo because I got a little laggy out and I forgot my place. It makes me sad. Maybe that's what it is. I know I make this look so easy, don't I? Sorry guys, I'm tired. I didn't sleep last night and I had to get up early this morning and my brain's a little laggy. Is there a reason why you didn't sculpt it in the layer from the get-go? The only reason, no, you can't just sculpt it right in the layers. The only reason I do it this way is because it allows me to really sculpt and tune and get that big size. Because normally, like if you're changing your stone settings and stuff, you know, you really are changing the sculpt dramatically as it goes up in size that much. And I prefer to take the time just to get it right. Know exactly what I'm doing. Because if you do anything wrong in this process, as you've seen, like let's say you change size to smooth something, or because you want, when I'm changing, smoothing, and redoing my parts, I want to be able to change my subtool, my subdivision. So I tend to work the piece to where it's good, and then I'll project to it. And that way it doesn't matter, because obviously you can't change your subdivision levels without the layer changing or the layer turning off. So I have to do it initially. And I did this sloppily, so you know, you're not getting that. I would sit there and I would do all the finesse work and make that a final part. So I have two finished pieces, right? And that way, when you do it, you're projecting to a part that, oh. Am I back up? We should be back up. Okay, I guess that means I'm back up. Someone tell me if I'm back up. Sorry. Oh, you're so annoying. Where's my little Wacom window? Now it'll work. That's the weirdest thing. Oh, well, handling a million polys and projecting a million polys is a completely different issue as far as what the machine requires. Hey, model, how's it going? All right. I'm going to do this one more time, and I'm going to cheat. And I don't want to hear anything out of you about cheating. What's going on? Now is my machine freezing up? What are you doing? What is it doing? Okay, there we go. Bizarro. Okay, are we back? Did we freeze up again? Oh, hell. I know, very compelling streaming by Mr. Wittelsbach over here. I'm going to decimate this. So this is all very low poly. Sorry, it is not enjoying this at all. So here, let's decimate this to... here, we'll just Dynamesh it to 1 mil. Come on, you can do it. You're just Dynameshing. Get on with it. Good God. Good God. All right, let's try this one more time without dying again. This is our million poly mesh, right? We're gonna take this down to 500,000 because I don't want to hear anything out of it anymore. It's going to do it this time, I promise. Come on, you can do it. It's funny, I demo this, but I very rarely make the machine do it. All right, so there we go. 500,000. It should be fine with that. You have sculpted your size 6 ring. You have gone back and you have sculpted your size 13 ring. Here, let's make these fins a little bigger just so they're there. 0.08. Really? Fine. Weird. All right, let's just fill that out a little. All right. We're going one more time. That's all you get. One more time. Oh my God. We went from 80 viewers to 30. People are not enjoying this. I want you to know I'm doing this for you. Okay. You have your size 6 ring. Or actually, that's your size 13 ring. This is your size 6 ring. You now come down. Timeline is turned on. Come down. Turn on layers. Start layers. Boom. Turn on transparency so you can see your distortion. Mask it so that doesn't get too weird. Down. Out. Move. infinite depth Z. Grab this, move it back. Grab it, move it back. Mask off your top part that you don't want to change. We're now going to stretch that out some. We're now going to punch all this back below this surface. Get those kind of in the same place. Smooth stronger. I know. Compelling TV, right? Woo. Turn infinite depth off. Get this back out here. Push that back in there. And now I'm just gonna knock this crap back. Okay. 0.06. That's sort of the boundary of, come up here, hit control, make that your history point, come back down here. This is only 500,000 polys. This had damn well better be able to deal with this. Project history. No. Ask questions away. See, this is my problem is I have to remember I'm not on my machine at home. So things that I just normally do, I have to like do at much lower polygon models. And it's not you, it's me forgetting that I'm not here. So as you can see, with a much lower polygon model, we came here, I would just come back in, smooth it out again. Just because you have weird projection hits, right? Smooth it out. All right. We're all smooth. Change this back down to 0.03. And now we will just project history one more time. And as you can see, this goes much quicker if I'm not crashing all the time. No, it's okay for you to ask questions, but you're destroying my viewer rate, you know, because this is not very compelling. Because I'm obviously concerned about how many people are viewing. I know, Pixologic is. Okay, so there we go, right? We now have that in our size 16. I know I hadn't done it so clean, but you'll get the idea. So now we have this at size 16. We turn record off. Right? And you see how if you turn the little eyeball on, those are your different sizes? We turn the eyeball off. We start where we are. Okay. So size 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have 8 full sizes. Or 7 full sizes, goodness gracious. 7 full sizes. I take these major ticks, and those are full sizes. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that, and now I'm going to turn this, and I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 full sizes. I'm going to turn that off. So now if we slide this back and forth, it should change scale. So there we go. So now that's size 13. That's size 6. Right, uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's my little groover? It should slide there. So, hold on. We are here. And we slide this all the way back to here. That is our dot. Now we turn this off. And now we take this up to here. Right, and now this should, it's the order that you put these dots down in. This is gonna make me nuts. Okay, record, we're there. Let us undo. Redo. Turn record off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mark it. Now. I'll send you the video, because where you put the dots at the right time matters. And just because I've been so frustrated on, we're live, we're still recording, we're recording. Okay, hold on, this needs to be down here. Undo. We are recording. I stopped recording. Oops. I put this here. We turn the eyeball off, it goes down. Turn the eyeball on. Now it should. Why is it not scaling for me? So you can see here that it'll change sizes, right? And it will morph the detail as well. So as we change the linear detail, you'll see the texture detail changes. Oh, well, this is the one that I smoothed out right before I protect it. But actually, that's okay, because what you can see is halfway through that, you have half of the detail on and half of the detail off. I always screw up that button pushing. How you turn that on, assign the spot. You turn it off, assign the spot. And then just as you drag this through, it's half sizes, quarter sizes, full sizes. You just drag it through and it changes the size to that. But what's beautiful is instead of just distorting it, you can see that, I mean, we're only halfway through the sizing, and you can see that you've already retained some of the other scaling issue or the other sculptural detail. So what that allows you to do is have slightly different ornamental detail because the scale of the ring changes. So you have to be able to change your architectural elements. But it's still obviously the same ring, but it transitions. So each size is actually a little different than the one before it. So you're creating multiple custom rings as opposed to just copying, but they are the same. Shit. Does that make sense? I'll send you a link. Email me and I'll send you a link to the video. It's that pressing, and I didn't practice this first, so and it's the only issue is it has to do with when you turn the recording off, you place a dot, you turn the eyeball on, you place a dot, and then you're doing it here instead of down here. Down, up, 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 up. There you go. So, shit, it's so annoying. So you turn it off, you place your dot. You turn your eyeball off, you place your dot. And then as you come through, it literally is scaling to scale. And so that is a 6.5. That's a 7, 7.5, you know. And you can see this is becoming less detailed as it goes up because I saved the model before we project it, and there you go. So let's do that one more time. Control Z, Control Z. Okay, we're still recording. Okay, recording. You stop your recording. You turn your eyeball off, place your dot at 0, turn your eyeball on, place your dot at 7, and now as you scroll, yeah, that's all it was. But what's nice is you can see that this is actually morphing. It's not just stretching. So at any point in here, you can add, let's say you want this to look bigger, but so you add a second ridge. It'll blend those forms. It's really nice. Did that make sense? I'm sorry. Because it's not in order and because I screwed it up 1,000 times in between there. Did that make sense? Maybe? Good God. Sorry. The box outlined by a gray line next to the skull and the thumbnail. Can I make it bigger in my screen? Do you mean this? You mean the thumbnail screen? Or are you talking about... what skull are you talking about? The border with the gray... You mean this gray line right here? You mean the gray line that's inside the border? Right here? No, that is the outside line. Is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry, I don't know what my lag is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 27, 28, 29. Jesus. So we're dealing with like a 30-second lag. Oh my God, that's a nightmare. Yeah, I mean... I assume you're talking about this border. If that's the border you're talking about, no, you can't change that. Why would you want to change that? All that is... No, so do you know what that border is? No. Why that border is there is because if you are zoomed up really, really close on something, right, you can't rotate from here, right? Because you have, you're too close. So what is that even going? And this is a place where you can, it's like touching off your part. So no, you can't get rid of that. That's a really important frame to keep. Why is it bothering you so much? What is it about it that making you nuts? The gray border does? Well, just sculpt through it. I mean, it's not really actually stopping anything. If anything, it just creates an area so you can make sure you can mask from and things like that. It shouldn't be that bothersome. I mean, I guess if it's so small that like you can't work around it, I guess that could be a problem. Yeah, you know what? I don't think you can, honestly. Let me see. I don't think so. I think that's a built-in distance. Yeah, if you have a really low res screen that's really small, I can see how that could cause you grief. I don't think so. But here, let's delete that garbage. Let's delete this garbage. Under your document, change your resolution. You mean here? I don't think that it's his screen. I think it's just this distance. Your safety border here, so you can mask and do stuff when things are all up in here. Because what that allows you to do is if you're here, hold on. Right, if you're here, this allows you to initiate things like a rectangle, or like if you want to move off, you can hold down Alt and move it off. Like this border over here is like touching out here off of your model. So when you're zoomed in, if you touch outside that border, it's like touching outside of your model. And so that's why it's there. Sorry about that. All right, let's take this ring again real quick. And I'm going to show you where it's on the band. It's not really that melodramatic, but here is where it's fairly impressive. We're going to grab, duplicate, drag you down here. We are going to Dynamesh you, just so we're doing this fast again. Come on. What are you doing? Is this set at 40 or 20? Okay, it's set right. So we're going to go here. We have this stone. This stone is this size on this one. We want this to be this size. So we don't want our ring to change size, but we want the stone to change size. And you'll see where this is a much more dramatic demonstration of that. Okay, so you have 1 mil there, and then let's set this up to be right off your cullet. So now come here, hide that. We can hide that one. And so now we're going to start. And now I'm going to just come in. Right, we want our prongs to hit on that nice even part of the stone right there, right? So we're going to bring this up. A little bit of thickness in here. Infinite depth, move elastic. Just change this a little bit. Hide our little stone there. Right, so here you can see that the body of the ring has to change dramatically. Unlike the last one. This will make the transitions a little clearer, I think. Come back in. Sculpt your little detail back in. Excuse me. So now you can see that the style of your ring has changed dramatically to be able to get the different stone sizes in. Now, obviously, this is a crap setting. I don't want to hear anything about my setting skills. Well, Tomas, those prongs will never work. Yeah, I got it. All right. So now, we hide our stone. Now, stop recording. Turn the eye off. Hit your place. Turn the eye on. And let's say you have 5 different stones. You want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Place your plays. And now this should, there we go. Right. So that'll give you your spacing between your stones. They'll increase with the depth you collet. Now, obviously, you're going to have to bring prongs up a little more, but that breaks the stone size up. And you can see that you can get, it's going to read as the same ring, but it's not just going to look stretched. It's going to look well designed, and those designs are going to merge and blend into the forms much better than how Matrix does it. All right. Wasn't that completely, absolutely, and utterly exciting? I know how excited you are. So through that amalgamation of horror, does anyone have any other questions? Oh my God, that was so painful. I'm sorry. That was just painful. Oh, did this come in yet? Oh my God, it's so slow. Come on. I need to work on something in that folder. My internet is so slow. At home, not here. The internet here is good. Okay. No more questions on that one? Holy Hannah, that was amazingly painful. All right. I'm going to go back to jigs real quick. I just have to make one more jig. Interesting. All right. So that one's sorted out. That's the hold this way. Is that everything? Why do I feel like I'm missing one? Oh. Okay, so now we need to go back up to our temple. Oh no, oh no. Yes, this is the part we need. So you're talking about a brick and mortar store? I'll tell you, it's tricky to compete brick and mortar unless you know you have a really good clientele foundation, a good clientele base, because brick and mortar is hard to keep going because rents and stuff and through low. What kind of store is it? Bridal? Is it fashion? Or are you just doing a on nets or a online store? Because there are distinctly benefits to both, obviously. And if you have a good location, you can't beat it. Ooh. I assume if you're actually opening a store, you have pretty good market research on what is, selling and the such. Give me an idea of what your store is, or you know what I mean. Split unmasked points. So as you notice, I'm using these pins. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Sorry. Q W sees all. New folder. Yes. And that is arm. Okay, good, good. So much. Um, I would say be ready for a slow start. I can't tell you how many people I know think that, oh, I have 10,000 or 100,000 followers on Instagram. That means I'm going to be able to sell, 50,000 items. Not true. Jewelry's a little weird in that way because you have to have time for your company to achieve perceived value, right? You need time for your company to be able to be something that someone wants to brand themselves with, because jewelry is like the true interactive art form. There's nothing without the participant. It's so the one thing I would say is just underestimate your sales, because you're going to have hard time selling. You may have like an initial bash of people who want it, and then now you have to do the hard work and get out in front of as many people as you can. I followed a slightly different path. So my path is a little weird because I'm known as an educator as well. And sort of, I kind of drug ZBrush into the jewelry manufacturing world. And so I'm known for what I do, not just for the work, if that makes any sense. So I followed a slightly different path on getting there, but on a bunch of companies that I've started with other people, underestimate your sales, dramatically underestimate your sales, and then get your, figure out who you're selling stuff to. I often find that it's good to get into a handful of boutiques that is your client, because then you're gaining some of the acceptance through the shop that's carrying you. And I wouldn't say, your earnings are so much better by not wholesaling, obviously. But if you get a chance to get into a boutique that's well known, who has good client base, you instantaneously get credibility for that. And so that's a big thing. And I would say, do a handful of trade shows just to get in front of people, because people have to know what to look for, and hashtag jewelry isn't it, So maybe if you have the funds, hire a real marketer, because they're like the tricks of the algorithms and stuff in social media. They really are just, it's like, oh, well, if you don't post in story every 2 times a day, blah. But there are so many fake ones out there. I don't know enough about it to find a good one. Like I wish I had someone to recommend you to. But yeah, do a little research on small business marketing firms, because that could be well worth its weight in gold. And getting a correct one isn't just, oh, here you have 100 million followers, because a lot of people are buying those things now, as opposed to them being legitimate followers, I guess. But I would just say underestimate, because no one's sales are what they think they should be initially. I don't think I've ever seen a company make what they think they should make. Like, Sampa and them, yeah, they have followers. I mean, they have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of followers. And, they did, like $20,000 worth of sales in a week. But then that was all the followers. Well, now you run into the same deal you run into everywhere, and that is now you have to get out in front of people. And it's like, don't expect your followers to be your sole source of income. You have to generate new people, new income, new people, new income. And that's, some people nail it in social media. I obviously am not. I don't know anything. I'm the worst social media person in the world. So I'm not necessarily the best person to take advice about social media, other than you need someone to do it. How do you change the poly paint colors to correspond with specific thicknesses? Under preferences, analysis, thickness right here. These are your colors, right? And so depending on what you set your max thickness at, you can increase this, but this works out for me because I have this for 5 mil, right? So you notice it says 8, right? So you have to remember that red is under 1 millimeter. This peach is 1 millimeter up to 2 millimeters. This one is 2 millimeters up to 3 millimeters, up to 4. No. 0 to 1, 1 to 2. Oh, 0 to 1. Below 0. 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 0 to 3, 0 to 4, 0 to 5, above 5. Right? So that's below 1 mil, above 1 mil, and that's within the mil, within 2 mil, 3, 4, and 5. So this is above 5 millimeters, right? And so set that 8. I set my max to 5 mil. Where is it? It's right here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Right. Minimum thickness 1, max 5. So when we're back under here, this is below the minimum thickness. This is above the minimum thickness or maximum thickness. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is your transitions between the millimeters and such. Does that make sense? And you can change your colors there. You know, you can click on this and so you can take this and, you know, drag it to the color that you want it to be in case you want it to be a different color. Now, what really sucks about that is that I don't remember what that color was. Fine, whatever. It'll reset. Does that make sense? So how you get it is the number. So let's say you only want it to be between 1 and 3. You just change this to be below 1. That's 1, 2, 3. Change that. And you just, you know, you're changing the amount of divisions you have. That's all you have to do. If that makes any sense. All right. So I need this part. Duplicate it. And then drag it down here. Now I am going to, we need this guy. Once again, duplicate. Nope, that's not what we want to do. Delete. Boom. Duplicate. Drag down here. Boom. Duplicate. Drag down here. This way I can close my folders and work with what I have. Did that ask, Frios, did that answer your question? So, as you notice when I'm doing this, this is something that can be very helpful to remember, is that I'm always jamming these reference rods into things. Like for this, it's very helpful because I know that I need to be drilling at 90 degrees to my hole. So when I put these in and cut my holes, I used my cutter. And I use the cutter as my reference peg. And this way, when I come in here, I mean, really, the key is to underestimate what you're going to make and be surprised when you make big sales. The expectation that you actually are going to start making profit your first year, and you know, it gets a lot of people into trouble because most of the time that's just not true. You know, it takes a long time to get a business up and going, especially in a world of yabber-heading ding-dongs that this world of social media is, where you have people who, literally have no talent, skills, or anything, who wear tank tops, show their boobs, and say, "Oh, I'm a jeweler." And now all of a sudden they have 300 million viewers, and they have people buying stuff, and there's just so much bandwidth broken up into these people who are popular streaming, and craft falls to the side when you have people who are selling things because they wear short tank tops, or because they run around acting like an idiot all day, and because they're online all the time, they get followers. And so, I don't get it. So yeah, just know that you're about to spend quite a bit of time trying to get it to work. We'll leave it at that. All right, so as you can see, I set these pegs in here, because if you hold down Alt and you tap a surface, you have to turn W on first. Hold on now, tap a surface. Remember that is now planar with that plane. So now when I do this, now that's 90 degrees in my world, right? So that is what we're looking for. So now we come over here, and right, oops, we need to turn that off. And now we can go 90 degrees, boom. And now I know that hole is 90 degrees to my world. I'm gonna send it home, frame. And now I can bring it down here. We're gonna hide the big block and figure out how to set this in here well. Gotta rotate that around. I don't think that much matters. We just need to get it out of the way at this point. And so I need that to be below. Okay. I'm going to mask that off. I use the step sort of as a lock. When that downloads, hopefully I can show you my my templates, but come down here. I'm just going to drag that down until it's roughly there. That looks okay. And we're going to make this simple by just going here. Why are you taking that? I don't know what you were doing there. We're going to take this, mask it, bring this up to here. We're just going to knock this down. So we will add a little bit more there. Okay, so that's giving me my rough area to work with. I don't know what I did right there. That's weird. Oh, that's from the last model. Unmask, Q, planar flatten, make my brush bigger. A little mini golf course. Yes, I have putt jewelry. Boom, boom. And now this mesh is obviously messy. Okay. We are going to dynamesh this. Don't know why that was laggy. Did that just crash on me? Oh, goodness gracious. I don't have words. It's very frustrating, I have to admit. I'm very crashy tonight. Das ist frustrating. It says recovered tool, but I do not believe that that's recovered. Better. Up there, it just looks like my chin's chopped off. One sec, I think my little camera thing's moved. Yeah, don't know. I don't know. All right, that's getting old. I'm getting sick of redoing stuff, to be deadly honest. Is this downloaded yet? I want to work on this smiley face zip. Hey, look at that. Is that on our desktop? Maybe that'll make me happier for right now. Because I'll tell you what, that's getting damn old. Old, I say. Downloads, nope. Desktop. Date modified, there we go. Boom. That frustrated me. We'll work on smiley faces. How's that? Doesn't that sound like just much more fun? Ta-da! I've had enough of my jigs. All right, so he wanted a version of this. Oh, wow. Interesting. Oh, taxes. All right, so all right, everybody calm down. Goodness gracious. Nightmares. Okay. W. Turn symmetry off. Nope, that's not what we're looking for. Group split. Let's come back to here. So the back of this button is good. He just wanted more smiley face and less spirally stuff. No, that block is standard for the closure that I made for my jigs. I made a little clamp. And it's not here. I don't know. I thought I downloaded it over to this machine, but I'll look for it again in a second. As I say, let's get done with some of this, and we can go back to that before I throw it through a window for making me frustrated. But no, that I created. I just used a model built for a drill rig for a milling machine, and I just kind of converted it over for printing and made the screws bigger, the threads bigger, so I can do it on, and it's all just printed in resin. I mean, it's just printed on the Form 2. Oh, it's so confusing. I'm on my I started a business with Karen doing the earrings. I think we were playing with some of those last week, and for some reason I'm on the Astrono, well, I know why I'm on the Astro and Orion Instagram or whatever, and I get all these messages from people I have no idea who aren't talking to me. So this block is based on the size of my jig, and that's why I have that standard block, because I know the height in the block size. And now to save printing, sometimes, like on this one, I'll probably cut it down back here so I can save resins on my printing. Or yes, but it's arbitrary to the size of the of my machine. So he wants more smiley face. Nope. Okay. Let's make that a little more bowy. All right, so that's covering the angle of our button. Hey Raytheon, have a great one, man. I know this started out rough. I apologize for being a ding-dong sometimes. All right, so we got you. Let's duplicate you. And we're going to make you just a little bit smaller. You know, I actually, other than my printer just dying, well, that's unfair. I mean, I know why it died. It wasn't just, oh, it died. But no, honestly, I haven't had many calibration issues. The only problem I've had with the Form 2 with calibration is when I'm like making jigs or things that need to be square, but I'm also doing a big part, and I'm running the full length of the interior to angle to get a long part that has to be flat. As it crawls out to the outside edge, there's a little parallaxing that happens. So you get a bow to your part. Now, obviously not that dramatic. I mean, over, I think the jig's like, yeah, you know, it's about 6.5 inches. I get like a 2 millimeter creep because of the parallax on the outside edge. Now the Form 3 doesn't do that, because it no longer is pointing out to the outside edge. It now travels and goes this way. So you're getting a much more linear burn with the laser, which actually is awesome. But no, my scale is pretty tight, honestly. I mean, everything I do is the scale, you know, and I haven't had any problems with it really losing the scale calibration. Is that what you're talking about? Well, to be fair, the smiley face will be done in a second. We have to redo the zipper pull, though, because he doesn't like the frame around the zipper pull. But the problem with that is you can't have something that's just a closed trap. We'll just give it a little bit of a texture along the outside, and we'll see what he says about those. The joys of collaboration right here. Oops. 70 is too much. All right, I'll let him look at those. No stuff, slightly spirally stuff. Come on. There. Okay. So you come down here. Merge down. Oops. We do need to get rid of that though, because that back is the proper measurement. There it is. Oops. Back face masking is important. Come on. Really? There. And actually, we're just going to mask this. Because I don't actually want back face masking blocked. Get back down to my surface. There we are. Now I know where we're going. We can trim front. And there we go. Didn't change the front. Ta-da. Back is calibrated. We'll let him look at that. And now you merge down. Okay. It can't be that big. Yeah, it might be a little big. Don't touch your face, coronavirus, what? Don't rub your eyes, coronavirus. Don't pay attention to what I'm doing. I don't leave the house. I don't feel bad. So what kind of calibration problems have you had with it? Oh, come on. I'd be interested in hearing that. Because if anything, I found my like I've had issues of it where I had to change how I was supporting things because they were pulling off the base and things like that, but I've never really had a problem with the scale. Is it when you update software maybe? Because I did have a weird once when they redid the preform software. When they first came out with Form 3, they changed the preform software, and I was having some issues then, but that was a software thing. That's not really a machine calibration issue. And when you say calibrated, is it just your scales are different? What's the issue, I guess, is really where we come down to. That's really weird. I'm not sure what would do that. I mean, was it bump? Did the laser get out of alignment or something? I mean, I guess that could do it. Like you're losing alignment with your laser, or the laser's getting sloppy. But isn't that something that, well, now, no. I mean, you're probably out of warranty at this point, but that seems like something that they would work with you with. Change our grouping. There we go. Now, see, the problem is he's like, oh, well, I don't want the frame on this. Well, the problem with that is they become flimsy. And we now have to figure out a way of converting all these lines into the outside edge. And this is where it gets a little hairy. Yeah, that's weird. And honestly, I never had that issue with them, but but they've been very good with me about trying to resolve the issues. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Sorry. Interesting. All I can say is, having killed my Form 2, I kind of look forward to Form 3. the problem we're going to have here is that this is going to turn into the largest sweater trap in history. We need this little groover. We need to come back up to you, yes. You, yes, you, yes. Hide, hide. Hello, Said, how's it going? I think no brick and mortar for this lad. I just yeah, I don't think I'd do very well with having to be in a store all the time. I think it would become more of a problem. 41. Who made the radial count 41, for God's sake? All right, let's try that again. No, I don't think a brick and mortar store and I would get on very well. I have a hard enough time trying to deal with social media, let alone like power bills and I think that would probably turn into a bad deal right now. See, the problem when people don't want frames and things is that, well, now how do you do it? How do you get it where it's not just a big sweater trap? Yeah, sadly my OCD makes me not take on new things that I won't be good at, I guess. It's very tricky trying to yeah, I don't know that I'm built for dealing with the population. I would argue that I'm probably not really built to deal with populations. Like not having a frame there. I guess we could do it mirrored. But I just don't think extract -3 go accept. Let's see what it looks like. All right. See, we're going to run into the same problem we ran in with the other ones, and that is if we're not careful, because you have to retain, especially in a zipper, you have to retain thickness in some really important areas. So when you're pulling on the zipper, it doesn't just blow to pieces. So trying to get something that's an open structure, yet has thickness to it, and isn't a sweater trap. These become demands that can be tricky to accomplish for sure. So if anyone has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. Let's at least bring this up so I can see where our lines are. Nope. It's tricky. Because sadly, these things need to touch, or they're just going to turn into like spinning saw blades of doom. Come on. Why are you not moving? So annoying. Except and see, the other problem is, like, the trippy stuff is very spirally. But if you try to make these come just all going the same direction, you lose that. So it becomes something that needs to be mirrored as opposed to spiraled. Quite underwhelming. It's hard. I think people forget about scale. And they see images and they're like, oh, I wanted to do this or that. And it's just like, it's not always the most practical decisions, I think. Some. I really wish that the scanner on the iPhone worked a little better. Supposedly, that's one of the things they're going to push in the whatever the next one is, the 12 or whatever. We'll see. I mean, I do a little bit of some stuff like that, but I mean, I have done some scanning, but sadly, any scanner that has any real value costs a damn fortune, because let's face it, most scanners suck. And the other problem is, you know, I tend to do small things. I want detail, and unless you have, you know, a Leica or, you know, a good scanner, you're always reaching, I guess. I'm not completely convinced on this one. Not completely convinced that this is the answer. How much money are you trying to spend on that scanner? I mean, there's some of the jewelry scanners that I guess are supposed to be very nice. I have yet to actually try them, but I've heard they do very good work. But once again, that's, I don't know. Do you know what scanners you're looking at? Or is it still very early in the looking process? Well, I guess really the question too is, what are you going to do with it? Because we were having an issue because they wanted to do some custom cars, but you know, unless you have the parts in front of you, how are you making custom body pieces? So we needed to scan that stuff. And sadly, that's two different scanners. And I think, you know, what's sad is $30,000 right now for a scanner is not a dramatic amount of money, sadly. It's always hard to work on things you're not convinced about. Well, I mean, $5,000 is going to limit your choices dramatically. You know, there are a lot of, I guess, what you would call hobbyist printers or scanners that you can probably get in that range. It depends on what you're trying to scan. I know that some of the jewelry scanners, you can get into it for about $12,000, and the expensive one is, or the one that's super high detail, is 21 grand, I think. I can't remember the name of the brand. But then, you know, some of your standard scanners, I mean, spending, you know, $30,000 on one of those is not hard in any way, shape, or form. Well, what we're sculpting here is this. So I presented this to the guy I'm working with or collaborating on with this jewelry line. Well, he has a fashion line. And so he wanted a smiley face with sort of trippy things for a zipper pull. And he was like, oh, I don't like the frame. Can we do it without the frame? Well, the problem is, how do you do it without the frame, without it becoming a sweater trap and not just looking herjerky-jerky? Because sadly, you know, that is something that's pretty symmetrical. So I'm just futzing with this to see if there's an easy answer. And I'm not thinking there's an easy answer. I don't think spiraling's the answer, sadly. I think we're going to have to go to a mirror. And I don't know. I mean, I get the inclination of why you'd want to do it, I guess, but I just think that everyone's always looking for the hard answer to crap. It's just like, come on. Can't one thing be easy? Just one. I'm not asking for miracles, man. So I think we're going to have to approach it more as a mirrored effect as opposed to the spirally thing. And the problem is we have to have a return, right? You know, it can't just float off into space, because then that is just something that's going to trap on your clothes and your hair and your sweaters and everything in its brother. So that's not a feasibility, right? You know, having these open spots become problematic. So that's where we're at the moment. How to make this look kind of that same spirally, trippy stuff, but yeah, tonight's been a rough night. Tried to demo something and that didn't go so well. And then I was doing some jig stuff and that didn't seem very popular. People weren't real interested in jigs. When they actually see them, I think that people will become more interested in jigs, but I had to get it done, so I was jigging away. All right. Maybe. I just love being underwhelmed by what I'm doing. You're like, yeah, I don't know if that's it. Let's see if we can work something out with that. Extract. Accept. Okay. Well, that's no good. Needs to be sharper. Delete. Come back to this. So that's where your focal length really needs to be 100 when you're doing masking that you plan to extract. Because it's going to take that little bit of shading and turn it into Hey, Paolo, how we doing? Having a pseudo issue laden after morning, evening, whatever this is, night. Yes. So how's everyone doing? Is there anyone having any real coronavirus issues in your area? It's pretty bad around here, actually. Seattle's kind of losing it over it. But luckily I don't know anyone. But I don't leave my house much, so that's not surprising. What focal length do I sculpt with? What do you mean? You mean the camera focal length? I don't. I sculpt in just straight, with no. Here we go. Sorry, I'm having a bad brain day, guys. My poor brain just isn't working. So with no perspective, I just. It just sucks. The spiral works so much better. That is just what it's supposed to be. And now trying to turn this into some. It's just poo. Poo. Do you hear me? Poo. How to get it to look spirally and yet not go over the half. Yeah, I don't. I don't use the camera stuff. I want it to be straight. I don't want there to be any distortion or parallaxing from lenses. All the perspective stuff is crap because it's fake perspective and look, it bends things. And I get it, for rendering that might be cool, but I can't afford that while I'm working because it's making something up. So I get it, I print it, I look at it, I make changes. That's how you deal with it. You don't want to be doing the perspective and all that. It is not a good way to go. Oops. And like I said, if you're rendering, cool, I get it. But for manufacturing, I find all that fake geometry stuff to be a nightmare because it doesn't come out of the machine that way. So I can't use it, No, let's do. Let's see if we can. No. Damn it, Jim. let's give it a shot and see what happens here. See, this is when you're thinking about it, it seems like it could be a good idea. But they turn into nightmare ideas if you're actually trying to produce them. Because the problem is, you can get it to look like it's in different layers, but it can't be. Because they have to touch. They can't be floating on the outside edges, because that just becomes a saw. You can't wear that. That's not wearable. But if we get a rhythm we like, maybe we can figure out what's going on there. So, kind and gentle folk, how are we doing out there? Haven't heard much. I know that I'm in a mode of not really knowing how I want to resolve this. Kind of underwhelming. I am unenthused about this shape. Come on. I do not like it symmetrical. Even at best, it's just going to look like a comet. It's not going to look like that nice 60s sort of trip form, you know? So is there a way to get these to return? Duplicate. Let's hide you. Let us dynamesh this together. Actually, I want more than that. Let's make this. No. Actually, you know what? I lied. Let's go back to that. There we go. All right. See, the issue is that he wants it to be open and light and all of that, but without a frame, it becomes very flimsy. Like you take a zipper and you twist it, you're gonna get bending and stuff. So it's how to try to retain the form yet keep it clean and closed. And that is going to be damn tricky. This is the this is the lack of creativity process at the moment. This is killing me dead. But see, what sort of makes this stuff look nice is that sort of, you know, that out, right? You know, where you're getting that sort of point out, but you just can't have it and have something that's safe to wear, you know? Like the obvious, you know, answer to some of this is because that keeps that motion, right, where it's all returning out. But now all we've done is created a chain, you know, like a saw blade. So if we come back and we get everything to turn in, you can see that it's sort of closing that off, and it makes the shape sort of dead, right? You know, if right, you see what I mean? It doesn't. Why that spirally thing works is because everyone's really on path, and I don't know. I'm not convinced. Let's hide that for a second. Let's see if we can merge visible. Oops. Delete all. Let's come back here. We don't want that one on. We want that. Hide that. And see if there's a way to continue the spirals out so it doesn't look like there's a frame, maybe. Now, Is this really 41? That's what we need to know. All right, let's see what we got here. And that's going up, is it? Okay, so we have... Why is that doing that? Come on. I know you want to go away. There we go. Whoa, everybody calm down. Uh-oh. Am I running out of memory space? Is that what's crashing me? No, I'm not completely out. That's interesting. We shouldn't be running out of a memory space. All right, let's do this. Split hidden. Now we're not messing with the face. Well, it's very hard, I find, working with people who like manufacturing jewelry is a completely different issue than manufacturing other things. And it's like, well, what are the things that are important to you to retain? And often, it's just, I guess it's just, it's just tricky if you don't know the processes and the things that are like, oh, well, I want that, and oh, well, here, let's try this one, or oh, let's try that. And it's like, okay. It's just like, but it's okay. It'll work out. It'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah, commissions are tricky sometimes. Like, what in the hell is that about? Why is that like, why is my clay tubes brush that wacky? I have no idea. It's just acting damn weird. Come on. I just don't see that that's any more compelling. Oh yeah, we're still going at it. We're going to Dynamesh this. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it won't do radial. You have to turn symmetry off on that one. Come on. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Don't do it. Oh, no. No. Hopefully it's actually not going to try to do this radially. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. It's just that classic smiley face. All right. All right. What is that? All right. So now we got that spiral kind of in. Boom, 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 boom. Okie dokie. Okay. So now we just have to turn radial off and try to make this look good. I'm not completely convinced yet. Not convinced yet that this is the answer. Well, all right. See, we just lose our wave. See, the problem is I can't have that hanging out, right? That has to return in something like that. We can't have it poking out. Right? He better be substantially happier than I am at the moment. You can see our spiral changes and it goes back down here. So where does that transition happen to where it goes the other way? With that, it looks stupid. Krampus. No, of course. I hope I did answer your question. I mean, to be deadly honest, that's sort of why I'm here, more than really accomplishing anything, is to, you know, kind of answer questions and get you guys comfortable with where you are so you can make stuff with ZBrush. So that is, I'm glad that we could answer your questions. But I'm very not happy with this. Because there has to be a transition point. And maybe that's it there. Yeah, that's better than higher, I think. See, the problem is right here is the last place I can have something thin. Because this is where the zipper is going to want to bend. This is where the torque of the zipper is, so you can really hose yourself by making this weak. And I speak from experience because I did exactly that on the last round of zippers we did. So it's like, nope. No can do this time. Maybe. See, this just comes down to crap design to fill a point, and it's just frustrating. I don't like making crappy designs. What are your turn-ons? Long walks on the beach, sunsets, crappy design, making some crappy design. Put that on your Tinder profile. See, like having to make these transition and be symmetrical and look good. And he's going to be like, that's too even. So we're going to leave it at that and let him look at that. All right, so that's the next thing I had to get done. It's a zipper pull. Like that. So it is a zipper pull. We will be doing motorcycle parts here soon. Alrighty, what time is it? No, it's still early. Let's take this and this. Merge visible. Merge visible is a really nice way of getting your parts out and separated. So now what we are going to do is split the parts. And now we're going to take you. W. Boop. Trim front. We're going to make a little double-sided. Oop, you know what we didn't do? Back face mask. Oh, look at that. It survived. That's quite impressive. All right. We are going to push local. And we are going to mirror and weld Z. Oh. W, tap on that, go to center. That should do it. Mirror and weld, there we go. And now I want this to be puffier, so we're just gonna puff it out some. Q. Ooh. We got a little airspace in there. Inflate. Alright. And now Dynamesh it. Dynamesh it. Now see, that's annoying. I wanted that meshed at a little higher resolution. Is this even moving? Why? Now see, that's annoying. Do you see what happened there? Somehow, I lost my memory history state. I do not know why that happened, but I find it annoying. Here, we'll just divide this. Oop, oop, oop. All right, X, no, Z radio symmetry. I thought we were in the center of the world. What has happened? We moved from the center of the world to boot. Look at that. What's happening with the world? All right. Let's try that again. And now we want XZ non-radio. Yeah, no, it should be a good thing. Oh, well, that might have something to do with it too. Our focal. I want that to be cleaner. My freehanding just isn't cutting it. I'm a mess tonight. This is just a mess. Yeah, no, it should be good. And then we also have, well, hold on, I'll show you in a second. And you know what? Smile and nod. That's the answer. This may be becoming a very huge tool. All right, let's go like this. Control 1. There we go. I want an oval. I want my brush size to be right first. All right. Control, drag you to the center here. Drag you in. Out. Push in a little. Want that to be a nice, clean, flat surface. Alrighty. SK trim. Come on. There we go. All right. That is close enough to start with. Sharpen up those edges a little. And now, let us try this. Yep. Let us duplicate this. And let us decimate this down to 1,000,000. Actually, we could probably decimate that down even farther, but that's okay. Just throwing stuff out there at the moment. There are no real. He has some elements he likes. Is this. So here, I don't know if you saw this, but there are also these mushroom buttons. And those are buttons for jeans. Actually, I think I like this one better. Right. So that. And then. I like this one, but he seems to want it without the frame. And the problem is that it just becomes a cheese grater without the frame. But I think that's a cool zipper pull. But he wants more of the spiral open, but you can't have it too open because you twist on it and it bends. That was one of the problems we had with the last one, is that it bent a lot. And the bending a lot is not good. It's not good. No good. No good. But I'm going to give this a shot. We're just going to do a pile of smiley faces. So does everything, I know it's been a very quiet night. I kind of killed the mood tonight by spending an hour not explaining something very well that was very technical, and I think we lost everyone, and now everyone's just like not happy. But I was gonna have chocolate. Sorry. Needed some sugar. Yeah. There we go. It's still lumpy. That's going to drive me nuts. Okay. Cannot look at it. Sadly, it was a Kit Kat. Not great chocolate, but as far as quick chocolate that I eat, it'll do. Okay, we're going to start that off, and let's do oh yeah. Gotta watch out for that symmetry. Yeah, I don't think so. It's just going to be muddy. Just normal. I had the dark chocolate and mint ones the other night. It just happens people buy me Kit Kats for some reason, so I had like 3 of them hanging around. So it was Kit Katty. All right. I'm officially underwhelmed completely by any of this. You see what I'm saying? Underwhelmed. We're going to do a different zipper pull. No, you know what we're going to do? We're going to work on the eyeball ring because that'll be entertaining. I've turned this into a huge model. We're waiting on everything. Got out of the groove, and that's bad. Don't touch your eyes, coronavirus. Like the coronavirus, I understand. I mean, you know, it really is set up to get, you know, hundreds of thousands of people very ill. But I don't understand why buying all the toilet paper. I don't understand the run on toilet paper. We were in Costco, and literally, I don't know if any of you shop at Costco, but you know, it's a mall-sized store, and the toilet paper is like 3 aisles, and it was all gone. I don't understand that one. I don't. Actually, the green tea one's not bad. I kind of like the green tea one. Here, we are going to file. Oh no, I'm going to go right here. Is that? This is kind of where we are. Okay. Now I don't want to save changes. Something that shouldn't have taken an hour took an hour. Now I'm completely just a mess. And sadly, I didn't sleep a lot yesterday or last night. I'm working off of like an hour and 30 minutes, basically, of good sleep last night. So I apologize that I am a wee bit of a mess, eh? Do I want it that straight? Well, let's futz with it this way. It was so funny. I remember when I was in high school, I was in Belgium, and I guess it was right around Easter time because all of the chocolateurs had Easter bunnies and stuff up and out, and we were there for a pretty good time. And so, you know, you're out and about and you see, you know, these incredibly famous chocolatiers, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna get some Easter bunnies and stuff, and you know, it's gonna sit there for 5 or 6 days, and well, you know, fresh chocolate starts to go, so you want to eat it. So the first day of going out and buying them, you ate it, and then I went and bought some more, and then, well, you know, I ate those, and then, you know, it became this, I couldn't keep the chocolate in. All I did was buy new, wonderful, beautiful chocolate and then promptly eat it. And so I wound up buying all of these huge boxes right before I left. And I was like, okay, there is no way in the world I can eat this much chocolate, you know, on a plane trip home. It can't happen. And I wound up sitting next to, or in the middle of, literally in the middle of, the like Belgian Belgian girls high school basketball tournament that was coming to. So in high school, sitting in the middle of the Belgian high school basketball tournament, we went through all the chocolate because I couldn't just eat, you know, a piece of chocolate in front of, you know, someone else who loved chocolate, right? That's cruel. Yeah, that was a horrifyingly chocolate-laden trip. You know what? I don't know. I mean, I guess. But, that's just weird. Like, so right now I'm a couple hours outside of Seattle proper. So the coronavirus really hasn't come down this way as of yet in any kind of real testable or presentable way. So it's mostly up north and then on the east side of Seattle as well. But, we're 2 hours away. And, like, even at Walmart and stuff, it's like you can't buy hand sanitizer in this part of the country to save your life. I mean, if you really needed hand sanitizer, you're doomed. You're not getting it. There's just none of it left. It's really interesting. And I guess as far as America goes, we have been hit the hardest so far. So I understand why people are scared. And I'm not saying it's fake. I mean, it's obviously something that is a pandemic. It's all over the world at the moment. But some of the things people are getting, I just don't understand. I'm like, I get hand sanitizer. Fine. I get it. Yes, but I don't have to look you in the eye. And I think that was just much more of an excuse because, let's face it, I was a high school age male sitting in the middle of a teen girls basketball tournament team thing. It was like 5 different teams. So needless to say, they got undue attention. And a lot of chocolate. Actually, I made some very good friends out of that. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. Stop with the cap lock. It's supposed to be shift. These little mini keyboards get me all the time. Anything exciting and new going on in anyone's life? Anyone doing anything interesting? It's really quiet. I know that I completely porked the poach earlier. Sorry. But it's hard. What are we going to do here? I don't think that is the best angle for this, to be deadly honest. I think that's the better angle. Oops. Something like that. Well, I got into ZBrush because my friend David Krentz, he does a lot of dinosaur sculpture, and he was my roommate in college and my dear, dear friend. And I was at his house, and he was like, "Oh, dude, you've got to see this," and introduced me to it. And I'll tell you, it changed my life. I mean, I was a physical sculptor. I had no intentions of, doing digital work. It wasn't something that I really felt that I needed to be involved with or anything. And I'll tell you what, I saw that and I was like, holy hell, that is the future. End of story. That's the future. And I was like, okay, I lied. I need to learn about this. So it just became something, kind of became a passion at that point of trying to figure out how to get it to work in a way that I could use it for manufacturing. And that was the trick. And, 16 years later, it's a perfectly usable for manufacturing now. Yay, team. I won't say that wasn't a struggle at some points, but it was good. Wow, this has so much other crap in it. I really suck at separating tools. All right. You know what? File. Lightbox. I lied. I thought I was going to do that, but what we are going to do document, new width size, new. All right. So star. I'll tell you, it's funny when you're tired, you get laggy, and it's very odd. It's very odd indeed. Because I'm not usually this kind of slow. It's a very interesting place to be. Fix that. That's really damn annoying. Okay. Hey, Julie, how's it going? To be deadly honest, I'm a little slow, and everything I tried sort of failed and blown up in my face tonight. So it's been a taxing evening. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I feel as if I'm a wee bit on the befuddled side, if you know what I mean. So you had questions. Did you want to... Okay, so I have to check my email. Is that what I'm hearing? Those kind of look like, well, sort of angry sad eyes. All right, so now I'll have to keep those here. So when I eat chocolate, I'll go back. I'll refer to those when I eat chocolate. Well, so the key is, what do you want to do with ZBrush, right? I think the best basic educational stuff is actually on Pixologic's site. If you look here, learn ZBrush, free ZBrush classroom training. So these are all the courses: getting started, posing, getting started, and it's just tons of stuff, right? And there's just lots and lots and lots of information here. And luckily, they're really good about making videos. They're very clean, they're very concise. They're worth going through. And this is a very good place to start learning. Now, if you want to learn about jewelry, I can't think of his name. There's a guy out there who has a set of classes that are pretty good. And then I'm going to run a live class in the next few weeks while I'm working on the education platform that I have, and that's for jewelry. If you want to learn like some good design stuff and how to identify form really well, oh my God. Shane Olson's class is extremely good for that. There's just a lot of stuff out there. The thing that's tricky is that if you're trying to learn how to do manufacturing and you're listening to some of the creature things, or people who do, character design and stuff, some of that stuff is not really applicable if you're trying to get things out of, like, into printing and stuff. So it kind of depends on what you want to learn, Hopefully by June I should have the basis of my modular driven education thing done, but we're going to do a live class here again. And while I'm waiting on trying to get that sorted out. But yeah, there's good stuff out there, without a doubt. It's just like I said, be careful, because some people, everybody who thinks they know anything about ZBrush puts videos out. And sadly, there's a lot of really crap information, especially about jewelry manufacturing and going to print and things like that. There's a lot of absolute, complete, and utter garbage information out there. Sadly, people think they're clever, and they're just giving people just crap information. So be careful what you're getting, but check the dates. Sometimes when you're looking at processes, and if you looked at what I taught 6 years ago compared to what I'm teaching now, they're dramatically different, because we have completely different tools now to resolve that stuff. So well, I will be offering a live class in the next few weeks, and that's a good place to start. My module class will be up, hopefully, like I said, by June. Yeah, start there. I'll give you more information. All right, let's do this. Is there... right? Yeah. There has to be a key. Yeah, it's interesting because, like I said, I've had lots of students, and it's fascinating to see what students bring in. You know, they've been learning from, let's say, character designers or this and that, and you know, it's like, oh, like and Carmeet's not here, but Carmeet like watched the video and she insisted on edge looping, and it's like, you can't edge loop if you're trying to. I mean, if you're making a model that's super square and it's all hard surface model, and you're only going to have, you know, 2 subdivisions and blah blah blah, fine. But you know, if you're doing sculptural jewelry stuff, you know, you can't load your corners with geometry. So, you know, that's something that's very different between manufacturing and like animation, or, you know, things for games and film and stuff like that. So, you know, that's why it's important to know what you want to do. And sadly, some people get habits that you have to train out of them depending on what, you know, they're trying to accomplish. Yeah, learning for 3D printing is tricky because you have to deal with geometry differently. You know, you want clean, smooth, well-divided meshes is the key. And so, how do you do that? You know, and that's, I mean, that's the gist of it, really. Polycube, boop. Split mask, boop. Make ourselves some keys. Split masked because we want that to fit better. Well, like I said, you know, we should be starting a new course within the next few weeks, and it's a good place to start. We go over, you know, pretty much all the basics to get you going, up, running, and making stuff. So, and the things you need to consider for printing, and that's much the key. Also, really just wrapping your head around, you know, what it means to design. What are you trying to approach in your designs and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I think it is an entertaining class. All right, so let's merge these back together. We're going, woo. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing tonight? Whoa. My eyes are getting beat up. I'm not exactly sure what the cost is going to be. And I will, like I said, I'll have to give you a little bit more news as soon as I know it, because he changes stuff so often, you just never know what. You can look at jewelrytech.com. It might be there. But like I said, I will, and I think we'll run it live on the weekend. I tend to have okay luck with people on the weekends. Yeah, so that's the idea right now, is to run a Saturday class probably. Yeah. Well, what are you talking about when making flat surfaces? I mean, ZBrush is perfectly competent in its ability to make flat surfaces. Are you talking about doing like flat surface modeling? I mean, the beautiful thing is ZBrush can be whatever you want it to be. It's a very powerful program in the sense that you can do a lot with it. A lot of people talk about Blender. To be deadly honest, Stop it. That's really frustrating. They have to figure that one out. I mean, a lot of people use it. I've opened it maybe a couple times, but I've never actually used it, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about Blender necessarily, but I mean, like I said, a lot of people love it. I think it's I don't think it's nearly as full a design package as ZBrush is. ZBrush is a very deep, very, it's definitely its own thing. It definitely. I don't think there's anything that really competes with it as far as depth goes. But that's the problem, is that people are intimidated by the depth. I guess Blender is very easy to learn. But when I was dealing with Blender, it seemed like a CAD interface like any other. It just had sculpting tools attached to it. Okay, that's not, I think that CAD mindset is something you need to break out of, honestly. I preach against it, let's put it that way. You know what, I'm not sure. Like I said, if you email me, I'll email you, but I'll also make an announcement. It's going to be in a few weeks. I think they just approached me and said, do you want to do it again? I was like, I might as well run another live class before I do, while I'm still working on my education platform, because sadly I do not make videos as quick and easy as Joseph or Paul or Solomon, for that. Well, a lot of people. So needless to say, I'm sort of, how do you say, I'm working on it. That's what I'm going to say. I'm working on it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But the live classes are different than the modular classes, obviously. So it's something that's... Oh, am I doing this again? No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you more information as soon as I know. All right, so we have our keys here. Now the question is, all right, boop. That does get our frame. Okay. So here, we need, oh, I know how I need to do this. Delete higher. Shoop. Shoop. I need to be able to cut the hole in the base real quick, so I need to do this. And then this. All right. That should cut that fine. That should pop into that, right? That makes sense? Yep, without a question. Sorry, I just talked to him today, and it was like, I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. So we didn't get I thought we were going to chat about it before now, but he's been very busy. So needless to say, haven't quite gotten that sorted out yet. And I'm thinking very poorly. It's very sad. My poor brain just isn't working here. All right, there they are. We need to bring you back. So that is the plug. So that goes W. Well, I'll tell you what, the best way to learn design really is look at good design, right? Because, come on, you know, there's circle, square, triangle, wrapping your head around that. There is learning about negative space, flow, and form. And a lot of that, you know, there are all kinds of books on basic design. Let me see if I can't think of the name of the guy who I liked. It's been so long. It was a good book. I'll try to dig it up. But a lot of it is just getting in and putting stuff out and having work critiqued, because you have to start to learn. There's a good book called Drawing with the Left Side of Your Brain. Drawing with the left side of your brain, drawing with the right side of your brain. One of those. And the book's really fascinating because it teaches you how to try to identify form without preconception, or where you draw it trying to draw the negative spaces and things. And he does all these exercises to get you to try to recognize form differently. So really, design is learning how to see more than anything else. It's really learning how to see what you're actually looking at. And I'll give like life drawing is one of the really good ways of doing that. Life sculpting is another very good way, because with life drawing and life sculpting, you don't have a lot of time. You've got to get in there, you got to get it done. You have a limited time, and good people or good life drawing and life sculpting places, you have to destroy your work at the end of it, so you're not getting precious about that work. But what the life drawing stuff does is you start to identify the forms and shapes, the basic forms and shapes that make up complicated forms and shapes. So you now you're learning to see what's in front of you, right? Because you're identifying the blocks, because you have to work quick, right? So you can't get all tied down and stuff. I think Shane Olson's class is another one, just if you're looking at, because his block up technique is actually pretty awesome. And what it does is it teaches you how to identify, because you use the same body, but then you stretch it out to make different characters. And I think looking and watching Shane's stuff, he's very good at explaining that form stuff, you know. I mean, I guess one day we can go over some design stuff, you know, but I'd need to collect my stuff. I'm not really prepared, you know, because that's a lot of referencing and stuff. But yeah, it's tricky. You just have to, you know, it's relearning to see. And I think that's where some people have issues, is because they're frustrated. You see something, but you can't get it to look like what you want it to look like. That's frustrating. And I mean, we all go through that, you know. All right. Wait, what happened there? That is supposed to go up. Uh-oh. Wrong shape. Insert. Inset. Yeah, design's a tricky beast. I feel really lucky that I got to go to CalArts. It was a great school. And, you know, I think it was an incredibly good learning. A very good place to learn, I guess you could say. Drawing on the right side of your brain. let me see. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, interesting. Reproduction of masterwork. I think that that's it. I would argue that that is probably it. Drawing on the artist within. Hold on, let's do this. I would argue that I seriously doubt it could be any other. But sadly, images. I'm trying to look for the old, yeah. I'm like, it's not the book cover I'm used to, but there, yeah. So that is it. And it's interesting. Actually, these before and afters are quite interesting. It's really interesting exercises, and it's like learning how to identify negative space and just some of the steps and stuff that it takes to go through it. It's an interesting book, and once again, what it's teaching you is teaching you to see, and I think that it's a pretty powerful. Oh, cool. But it's a pretty powerful book in the sense that it teaches you how to see. And that really is so much of what the problems of, learning to design. And it's like, oh, learning to see, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Well, that's the trick. It's yeah, no, it is a really, I think it's a powerful book in that way. And then we need to make this. Yeah. I also think that Bridgman's constructive anatomy, I think that's what it's called. Yeah. And so Bridgman does a lot of like this heroic it's sort of this overblown heroic sort of thing. In his Faces book, is it Hands and Faces? Yeah, is another really good one. And what they do, heads, features, and faces, and then there's one about hands. But let me see, Book of 100 Hands. And I think this one is the one that gives you but I'll show you what this is. His books are cool. No, I want it up here. No, I don't want Amazon to be part of that. Go away, Amazon. Man, you can't copy anything, can you? Hold on. Images. It's such a nightmare trying to find pictures of inside the book because so many people use the book that they post their friggin' pictures, and it's just like, okay, I get it, that's cool, but just stop. Okay, constructive anatomy. Yeah. Now, so what he does is he breaks things down into some really basic shapes before. One, he's really good about showing you, you know, the chest is a square, the hips are a square. How do they rotate with one another? And it really is learning sort of the shapes that these things are made out of, right? And then, you know, he obviously goes into how the muscles overlay and stuff and this, but these are here. This is a better one. So you can see that cylinder with a triangle, a flat, a rectangle, right? And these are important skills to learn. This is what I mean learning to see, because what you have to do is you have to figure out exactly what's going on in there. And if you're just trying to do the silhouette, you're not really understanding the forms that are making it up. And here, if you go, oh, well, I know that that's a cylinder, that's a rod or a flat space, that's a rectangle. And you know that this is a rectangle. There's a flat piece that goes like right here. That's sort of a flat because that's, you know, this muscle and this muscle are on the same plane. You know, this is a cylinder that comes up into there. And you can start to break. It's not just anatomy. You can start to break down the forms and the block shapes that are creating the forms that you're trying to replicate. And only until you can see and identify the shapes and forms that things are made out of, you're always going to struggle with. Here's another example, right? Like when the arm twists. So he's saying, okay, that rolls up, this comes over, that's the shape of that bone, and then you kind of come into the actual shapes of the bones, you know. So I think that these are all pretty good books about identifying form. And, you know, the Bridgman books are cheap. I mean, they're quick, easy, fast books. But there are a couple others. Like now there is, a lot of people use dynamic anatomy. I think that's a big seller, if I remember correct. And the problem I have with it oh my God, I just completely fell apart there. There we go. Jesus. Is that, and it's pretty good. I mean, like you're seeing what's going on, right? But my problem is it's just so bubbly. And the bubbliness makes me nuts because, you know, I can't sculpt something like that and have it look like that. I mean, that's just, and it's not actually how muscles. I don't like the bubbly forms, and I think that if you're practicing with bubbly forms, all your drawings are going to start to look like big old bubbly forms. And I think I'd rather start with something that's square and knock the corners off than bubbly blah 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 blah. because that's not exactly what a body does. Where Bridgman, I think, takes it a little bit more literally mechanically, that then goes into some very clean anatomy stuff. And I guess like this is really good for posing and blah blah blah, but you know what, it's just so overwrought. There is not that much space there. Yeah, I don't get it. People love that book though. It may have great information, I don't know. Yeah, it did have some sort of vase on the cover of it. You're right. Because I remember one of the things being the vase in the back of a chair that's an open, like lattice chair, and trying to draw the airspace in it. Don't look at the object, just try to identify the negative space. My mom got me that when I was a kid, so it was quite a while ago that we did that, but yeah. All right, delete higher. We'll just go through this again. No, that's not what we're trying to do. Insert. Oh. Camera. There we go. It's a little bit better. It's true, but I'm not saying to look at Bridgman's overwrought over his heroic scale and blah blah blah. I'm not saying learn anatomy from them. What I'm saying, but what Bridgman does is he, especially if you're starting with the mechanical one, the constructed anatomy one, is what it teaches you to do is identify organic form with block form, right? And I think that blocking out skill is one of the most important skills you can learn. Like just not getting caught up in your model and just getting out there and getting it done and getting, that, because like I realized I was trying to teach how to use ZModeler initially, and a lot of people have problems using ZModeler to begin with because you have to have a lot of stroke discipline, in the sense you can't get sloppy, because if you tap things, it does weird things, and if you do tap things, how do you get back to them, and blah blah blah. There's a lot involved, but it's the easiest way to block something up. For me, I mean, you can take star frame W block, make sure that it has none of those, and so now I just come out here, I go to ZModeler, and I just tap my form up, make sure that we are on infinite XYZ. In my block ups, I'm not getting super anal, that's for sure. I mean, I can, it depends on what you're blocking up, of course, but like I did that tank and it was mostly hard surface modeled, so come on. Oh, being tired definitely makes your Manual dexterity and your mental acuity. Pathetic. Gonna get my curve where I want it. I'm trying to keep my geometry nice and clean. These are starting to get rectangles, so I can move it up, move it up, move it up, jam one in here. And you can just add geometry where you need it, keep everything kind of clean. You can then come off and I mean, this is how, for the most part, I start models, right? Okay, we have an extra line there. Right? And you can say, oh, well, it's all there. Well, it's okay. W. You can use simple tools here and just taper this down. You can taper this down. You can bow these out. You know, you can really futz with how you want it to be. Q. And then I'll come in, take move. I'll do my move here, get everything sort of in that flow. And then divide. And now I have a mesh that's completely controllable. I know where all my geometry is. I put it in there. I can have multiple subdivision levels, and I can go and I can kill it from there. So, yeah. A lot of people love them. I mean, you know, I just don't, I mean, he's great for dynamics, you know. I just think that, like, I know people who have worked with, I think his head stuff's a lot nicer. But like I said, I've just seen a lot of people come out of art classes using his stuff, and they all do the bubbly, soft. And I find it annoying, to be deadly honest. But I did find his face stuff was really informative. Like, he does a good job of breaking up the planes here. I just think that in some ways, by using the nice, smooth curves, you are now dependent on understanding curve weight and form, where if you start mechanically, you just knock off the edges, and it's an easier way to learn. Because if you do not know curve weight, it's a lot harder to learn that way. And you wind up, you still have to, with his stuff, I feel like you still have to make an aesthetic decision in some ways about how to control your form and curve, where Bridgman is so much more basic that learning to identify the forms, I just think that Bridgman's a better place to start. Because Bridgman associates much more with this in the form of identifying the base forms than Hogarth does. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. Sadly, in art school, we heard, shut up and start drawing. It was a lot of life drawing, which was great. Whoa, what the hell? That's not what I wanted to do. But I was taking drawing classes in the animation school at CalArts, so they were really driven to get good. There's some very, very, very good draftsmen. What did I do there? That is not what we want done. There we go. Divide, divide, divide. All right, that's fine. Okay, so now let's try this again. I want that there. And that should be there. Right, and that is there. And now let us merge these back together, merge down. Bottom edge, top edge, right? I think that is what we're looking for. Let's do a test, make sure. Boom. Split apart. Crap. New folder, enter. I'm trying to make some silhouettes for Exquisite Corpse. I'm going to formalize this Exquisite Corpse thing. Damn it. It's going to happen. Because I want to do this at the Wacom Experience Center, where we have Exquisite Corpse Night. Hey, how are we doing? Well, at the moment, I am trying to make templates for Exquisite Corpse. And I just have to get one of these to work right, and then we can do it effectively. One sec. Where are you going? Oh, let's see where you're going. I just need to get this joint to work simply and evenly. And then we can just drag the edges out and make it work. Yeah, no. Okay. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Institutionalized. All right. So what I want is I want that duplicate. Nope. Delete. That. Duplicate. That is add. So that's start. That's add. That's subtract. Turn transparency off. That's on. That's off. Boolean folder. So we turn you off. We hide you. What do we have? Nope. Here. Auto group. Tap you. You are split hidden. Delete. Okay. Now we bring you here. We take you. We just bring that in a little. Let's bring that in a little. Okay. I think we are still on par here. Trim front. Okay. We then will planar work. Up. Merge down. Okay, that's that. But let's join those first. W remesh by union. And what are you up to, Ivan? All right, so planar. Auto group. Group split. I need to fix you real quick. All right, where's trim front? That's what we need, not planar. All right, so we have that. Now I just need to make sure transparency is on. Boom. Go to you. Turn you on. W. Boom. W. Yeah. All right. Looks like there is airspace. That's what we wanted. Yay team. Das ist gut. But we are going to take this, hide that. And I'm just going to knock the sharpness off these edges so it will No, no, well, okay. So that is the bottom, that is the top. W, let's drag these apart. And now, merge down. No, that was not what I wanted to do. Split unmasked points. There we go. Come up here. Merge down. Okay. What kind of contest? Okay. Remesh by union. So, Ivan, what kind of art contest? It's 120. You can do it. Come on. What kind of lag? All right. Is it like part of a school? Is it a magazine? Is it online? All right, new folder. Auto groups. Group split. Well, now that's interesting. All right, well, that's odd, but good. Oh, cool. Yeah, there are a lot of cannabis companies looking for art these days. My friend owns, actually the person I'm house sitting for owns 3 cannabis stores here in Washington. It's been amazing to see how the industry has changed and progressed. I'll tell you, as soon as it becomes legal, like as soon as you can bank, it's going to become an interesting world. Okay, well, that's ugly. So you're telling me that's not enough. Let's come here. You can do it. Actually, I should crease those edges. Yeah, see, this is a prime example of what happens when you load corners. All the geometry's there on those edges. That's funny. That's why it's having a hard time down here, because it's taking all this geometry and trying to figure it out down there. You know what? We should dynamesh these first. it'll remesh cleaner if we dynamesh them. Yeah, probably. I mean, you got to think that a lot of the like what is it? Bad Panda or something like that. Something Panda. They have a lot of art. I mean, their packaging is really good. And their edibles are really good. Boop. Boop. It's been a rough night. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think that I've been insanely informative and or entertaining. It's been rough. Rough, I say. I should probably just leave these at 1,000,000. I assume that everyone will be able to figure out how to, well, nope, let's not assume. Hey, how's it going? It's been a rough night. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and then today has been trying to get certain stuff working, and I don't feel like I've done a very good job. It's been rough on me. Let's see if that works. Oh, detect it. Oh, Scheisse, Liebe. Escape. Detect edges. ZBrush. You can do it. You can do it. Nice. Oh, my winged crown. I didn't. Like I said, it was a rough day. I came in. I didn't really have a lot of time or energy to do an entire scene, but made something, right? See, someone noticed. Wait, I'm gonna have another piece of chocolate. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh yeah. Oh no. They're the sad eyes. You're looking at me, I know. All right. Just give it up. Leave it at 1,000,000. Okay. So next thing we need to do is group front. Group front. All right. front. Group front. All right. So I am now thinking, now let's just go back and clean these edges up just to make sure. All right. Boom. I know, they were very, very sad. How does planar brush work? Of course. So, let me frame. Let's duplicate this. Let's drag it out over here. What is that? Oh, all right, that's fine. Frame. All right. So, planar brush. We have all these lovely planes, right? And then you come in and you're here and you're sculpting on it. Oh, but I want it to be sharp again. So I take the planar brush. Yes, you should. I know I'm a little dead tonight too. I'm definitely not going super late. So planar. When you just have planar normally, you can see what it's doing. It is going to whatever plane there is, right? And now, as you can see, I'm kind of cutting in here and I want those edges to be sharp, but I go over the edge, right? So now, what do? Well, you hold down Alt and planar will fill in up to that plane. Alt, fill in up to that plane. Now you notice that it goes over the edges when you're holding Alt. Well, you just come back from the other side and knock it down. Get that. Knock that. And now Alt, boop, and it goes right back to your edge. Right? So I tend to like plane to the ground first, right? Because I know that I can always come back in and plane straight up to my edge here. And there we go. Now, I did not have backface masking on. I started to notice this blue. I went, what is that? You want backface masking on, or you can't have backface masking on. So you need to make sure to mask the backside. Because I don't know if that works without backface masking. Oh, I guess it does actually. That's new. It used to not perform really well backface masking on. But see, you can still leave residue because it's not going all the way back. But now we hold Alt. Yeah, there you go. So, and it didn't hit. So that's nice. That's new. We're going to go boom. And I want all of this blue. I'm going to, here, let's just do this. All right. And then we're going to bring this back. We're going to tap on that. I want that. Then we're going to do Control W. There we go. And now we have two individual colors. That's important. Have a good one, Andreas. Oh, the night's fine. I'm just not being very productive, sadly. Did that help with, did that answer? Yeah, no, it's great. And so the thing to remember is like planar flatten and planar flatten line. All right, so planar normally is people just use it to knock things back down to the plane, right? I'm bringing things to the plane. And as you notice, I'm going over this and it's not doing anything to that. Well, that is what planar flatten does, right? It brings stuff up. And like planar flatten lines good when you want something to go from here to here and you're creating a plane along that. From there to there, boom. And you can see you can make planes, right, from whatever surface to whatever surface you want. But I found that planar with alt is the same thing in a lot of ways as planar flatten, as far as just being able to get back to surfaces, right? Hold down alt, boom, it's bringing us back up. And you can see that that stuff's above that plane. You come back, planar, knock it down. But like I said, I'll do your things away from corners first, because you know you can always come back in and do that, right? So planar's really good that way. The other one I use a ton is trim front, because I know that I want this to be 90 degrees to the screen. So I'm going to take that and trim front. There we go. Now I know that that is trim. Now the nice thing about this is, let's say we have something over here. Hold on. Let's say you have this right here, okay? And you know that you want that plane to be the exact same as this one. Well, easy way to do that is hold on Gizmo, drag Gizmo over here. Hold on Alt and tap that surface, right? So now we know that the Gizmo is 90 degrees, that flat surface. We readjust that. Oops. We readjust that, and now that's there. And so now I can tape trim front, because trim front is always to the camera. And now I know that these two surfaces are 90 degrees to camera. So like, you know, we could take these two surfaces and now these two surfaces will be 90 degrees to camera, right? So trim front has some really, I use it a lot because I know it's a very good, I know that it is 90 degrees to my camera surface. So it's a way to get things back to an easy place, you know. I don't know, does that help? And hold on, W. And let's say you're doing this and you want like a line kind of going from that plane to that plane. Turn Q off, make that. Planar flatten, go here, drag to there. And it gives you like a compound curve between the two. Obviously that brush is not big enough to fill in that distance, but you can see what I mean, right? Now those are plain. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come back with planar, knock that back, knock that back, knock that back, knock that back. And now that plane's the same as that one, that plane's the same as that one. And so it's a way to get your planes to be planar, you know. Ta-da! Planar tools. yeah, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I am just trying to get I'm trying to get how many of you know what exquisite corpse is? All right, Control W. So Exquisite Corpse was a game that the Surrealists played. And I really think that it's a wonderful thing. And I'm trying to get it to where we play it at the Wacom Experience Center, and then we print out the little guys, and it gives us three-dimensional exquisite corpses, which are super fun. And I did it with my class like 6 years ago, and we had great fun. And then I've tried to do it with every class since then, and it's fun. But I've been trying to figure out a way to make it where I can just send profiles to people. Like everyone can download the profiles, and then we just upload them, and then everybody can play. And I'll show you in just a second. I think I got it here. All right. So now let us merge these two down, and then these two down. All right. Boom. Merge down. Okie dokie. Different polygroups. All right. And now you and you, so it's you, merge down. And now we have different polygroups, right? Give me a better group. All right. Okay, so we have different polygroups and we have keys in groups. So now I'm going to, let's delete all this. Delete. Okay. Delete. Okay. Delete. Okay. And now we have these two groover sets. So we're going to separate these sets. We'll give them a new folder. Head. How we doing, sir? Well, I am trying to get my exquisite corpse thing codified so I can just get it to work. All right, now let's drag these down. Split unmasked. And boom. There we go. And now we're going to drag those down. And that is rename neck to waist, neck to chest. How many folds do we want? One to waist, yeah. So neck to waist. Okay, that's head. So head to neck. And now you duplicate, boop, and rename. Neck to waist. So that is rename waist to mid leg. Waist to upper leg. Waist to upper leg. Waist to upper leg to foot. Okay, so duplicate. Rename. Upper leg to foot. And then let us duplicate this one. And that will be lower leg to footses. Okay. Now this one would get 2. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. The footses. Actually, so upper leg to lower leg should probably be singles as well. In all reality. Split masked, split unmasked points. All right. Waist. So actually that foot, leg, waist, upper leg to foot. No, this is now upper leg to foot. Right? No, I'm sorry, lower leg to foot. No, that's right, escape. This is just foot. Foot. Upper leg. Okay, that one needs to come up here because that now is going to be these come over here. You come over here. And you hide part. Nope. Hide part. Hide part. Split mask. Delete hidden. Split masked. You delete hidden. You are here. You are here. All right. So now this. No. Scheisse Liebe. All right. Here I go screwing things up again. Head to neck. Now this is actually merged down. Right? And that becomes waist to upper leg. And put an extra 2 in there because I can't have the same things. Waist to upper leg. So this is rename neck to waist. All right, so that's head to neck, neck to waist, waist to upper leg. Okay. And so now, if we want to do exquisite corpse, hold on, let me move all these guys in here real quick. Lower leg to foot, neck to waist, waist to upper leg, lower leg to foot. There we go. So this, rename. And this will be base body keys. I can tell you're not excited yet. Have faith in me on this one. So now we take this and we duplicate folder. Boop. So this will be rename. Body 1 base. So we now hide everybody real quick. Hide everybody real quick. Everybody's hidden, hide. Right. So now, let's turn everybody off here real quick. And so this is going to be our neck. How big is this? So 12 millimeters is pretty thin. So let me see if we can get this to work. W, no X. I'm going to mask my key. I'm going to take slide and I'm going to do infinite Y. And now let's see. No. Actually, let's make that symmetrical so we have just as a test here. So we make one silhouette. Oh, look, and it went through. Score. So we have silhouette 1. And that is the intersection between the neck and the head. Now we go neck to waist. And we mask these two parts off. Oh, I forgot arms. Important. All right, so that's that. Ooh. Ooh. So that would be your waist. Must mask. That's that. And now waist to upper leg. So this is that's what I need. Right? Because the waist, but we need a full set of these. Hold on, duplicate. And this would be waist to upper leg to lower leg. So you need this needs a full set of double and the waist. Right? Because it has to connect with the lower leg. So that's upper leg to lower leg. So let's get rid of these guys. Let those merge down. What did that say? Delete hidden. Merge down. Come on. Now, here we go. So now those are there. That's there. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Flip. Hide part. Now this is upper leg to lower leg. Mask. Control X. And now slide. And the thing is once people get used to this, they can make their own template and send it to someone so they can only do the middle one. And that way, everyone's not stuck to the same template. But to begin with, I just wanted something that we could send out and do a first run. And the nice thing is, if they are the same templates, then every print will hit. If that makes any sense. Whoever does the torso just will do the arms. If you want to do arms. It doesn't actually have to be a person. It's just the easiest way to kind of get the idea across. Thank you. Let's get some attention in here. Anyone have any questions about anything? Sorry, I'm just trying to make these templates for Exquisite Corpse really quick, and sadly, my poor brain is not thinking so great at the moment. Well, I guess we don't need a foot because it's lower leg to foot. You have the foot template there, right? So let's grab this and drag that back up to base body parts. And let me just see if we are actually, right? So we have the head goes on top and it connects to the neck. And then you have neck to, oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm breaking these up incorrectly. Where'd neck go? Head to neck. Okay, let's do this. Merge down. Merge down. Split hidden. All right, so you need to come up here. Merge down. Merge down. So really, this is the issue. head, split masked. Now you get neck to, oh, waist. I have to bring waist back in. So now that is actually neck to chest, or neck to waist, or whatever we're calling it. No, you guys. Right. And that is split masked. Right. And so the next group is this one. And didn't I just, actually I think, no, it's not you. Where'd you go? I got rid of you somewhere. That's okay. Delete hidden. And now we just need to make a shape here. And so all right. So now you are down here, and that is merge down. Uh-oh. What's going on there? Head. Wow, what is going on? What did I just do to myself? All right, everybody merge down. Right? Head. But why are all these things in here? I have multiples of things I'm not supposed to have multiples of. Whoa, why are those separated into polygroups? What has happened here? Ah, it's madness, I say. All right. Is there something you can make more spherical as opposed to what? You mean give me an example of what you're talking about. Sorry, it just got convoluted and now everything's all screwed up again. Grr. All right. Mask. Split masked. Mask. Split masked. Give me an idea of what you're talking about making something more spherical. There are a number of ways of making things spherical. Boom. Now, these two. You are extra. Stop that. Go away. Hello, hello. Did I throw those away? Crappus. Okay. Let's get to you. You are because I need it's so confusing. I'm just so confused. See, this is why I can't do crap when I'm tired. I can't think. Okay. Duplicate. You come down here. Slide. X. All right. Well, you can just divide it and it makes a sphere, or you can go, so here, I mean, are you just talking about base shapes? I mean, all you have to do is come in here and pick a form. You don't have to turn it into anything. You just pick your shape. Frame, damn it, Jim. Right? Or, you know, your polycube. Now, you can always come in here and go to project primitive, and then you can use other forms. I haven't done this in a while, so I can't remember which one takes my form, but you can then come in here and project different shapes on that. But I mean, I don't understand what you're I mean, you know, if you're just trying to make primitives, you don't have to turn them into anything, but you don't know, if you have a singular cube and you divide it, it becomes a sphere. And then you can elongate it there. Is that what you're talking about? Is it Niranjan? Hello, sir, ma'am. Hello, hello. How we doing? I'm desperately trying to figure out how to make my templates. And once I get them straight, it's going to be fine. But trying to figure them out is a nightmare sometimes. Is that what you were talking about, Ivan? Okay, so let's come back here. We had, that's head. That is neck to chest, or to waist. Head to neck, neck to waist. Okay, so you are the problem, I think. Yeah, I think I just deleted the wrong guy here. You go away for a second. So maybe, well, Ivan, you got to give me a little bit more than that, my friend. I just turned a cube into a sphere. I mean, are you talking about making primitives? Or are you talking about once you have something, how do you do it? I'm not sure where you're at. You need to give me a little bit more than that. Okay, so that head. And that is neck. Neck to waist. Yeah. Okay, so this split masked. And now it's you and you, right? So merge down. Split hidden. Merge down, right? Okay. Nope, I merged the wrong one down. You need to go away. And that is a delete hidden. Now you, okay, so you merge down. Okay, so now you are actually with these guys. Split mask. Stop it. What are you doing, you lunatic? Head. Okay, so you guys are just out to lunch here somewhere. I screwed all that up. So now we have you guys. You split masked. So we have right. So you two become one, merge down. Right, head. Right, head neck to waist, waist to upper leg, upper leg to lower leg, split masked, and then foot. Holy damn, Hannah, that was annoying. Sorry, guys. I know that wasn't compelling to watch. Me struggling with what a damn silhouette's supposed to be. All right. So I think that's correct. We have head. We have neck to waist. We have waist to upper leg to lower leg, and foot. Score. All right. Jeez, damn Louise, that was like taxing. So that, rename head. Rename neck to waist. Way to spell. Waist to upper leg. Upper leg to lower leg. And footsises. Okay. Right. So now and here let's just do this just so it kind of breaks up with the set, right? All right, I think everybody is there now. He's got screwed up, sadly. Okay, hold on. Group front. Oh. No. Damn it, Jim. Well, thank you. Shit. The one thing you can't do is mess up your triangles. So now I need to redo lower leg here. And we have them here. Duplicate. Bring that down. All right, so You guys are gone. Right, I need... So we just need to... Crimey, what a pain in the butt. Okay. Need to go these guys here. Slide. Okay. Split masked. Okay. You get you. Merge down. Delete hidden. Merge down. All right. And now these. Delete. And that. Rename. Footses. All right. And let's double check to make sure that's right. All right. Head. Head to waist. Waist to upper leg. Upper leg to lower leg. And feet. All right. There we go. I know that was exciting, absolutely, utterly compelling TV. But now, I'm going to show you what's awesome about this. So what's so cool about this is now that we have these pieces, right? You know that everybody gets sent the set, right? And so now I come here. Let's duplicate this just so I'm making sure that this is correct. All right, let's hide that. Okay, so this is just test bit. Okay, you receive your folder, right? And how, this is your head. I have these broken up in poly groups so you can do this. So now we come here, turn Q off. Hit our poly group, boop. Yeah, they do. The keys fit. So now, what's nice though, we come here, take this, get rid of that polygroup. Now you can go W. Just kind of drag this up and flatten it. Now you have that, right? You can remesh by Dynamesh or do whatever you need to do. Q. Right, and I would just suggest masking that off. So you're not screwing it up. And now we're just going to just very quickly, I'm not really minimum distance 1, you ding dong. X. All right. You can do it. All right. No, why are you choking out? No, it's only 1,000,000. You can't choke out on 1,000,000. What the hell? They're supposed to, but oh, gonna be one of those nights. They're making me crazy. That's 1,000,000. What the hell are you thinking about? Oh, very frustrating. Come on. Oh. Oh. It's my mourning mask. I'm mourning. Fuck. You're kidding me. We're going to give this a few minutes. We're going to make sure, because that was a pain in the butt. My poor brain isn't thinking right. What are you thinking about? Why are you redlining over a single dot? It's true. And it proceeds to choke whenever it wants. Oh, I just want you to work. I don't think you're going to. This is going to crash out and it's not going to save. Can't do it. That sucks. That was absurd. I just want to say, absurd. Come on. You can do it. Nope, you didn't do what you said you were going to do. Look at that. Did not recover that. Ugh. I don't know if I can go on. Oh, I've been crashing all night, Alvin. It happens. All right, you know what? That's it. Tonight is just not happening. That's absurd. I'm just going to say absurd. Absurd! Oh, I quick save all the time. I do save. It's just I didn't figure that a million poly quick save was going to do me in. Look what I knew. Well, we're not that far off, really. Absolute absurdity. Right? Head, neck to chest, neck to waist, waist to upper leg to lower leg to foot. Okay, so. And now we just need to make these. Okay. So you do have to do them in these sets. They have to come in these sets and then you have to break them out. Otherwise they won't match. Right? So let's go here real quick. Let's hide everybody else. Turn symmetry on. Mask. Now this is the legs, so let's take slide, and we want to turn it on infinite depth Y, correct? Yes, Y. Hold down shift, and I need that to be minimum connection point 1. I need to resave this brush so that continues to do that. That's weird. I thought I saved that. All right. So now this is no, but these are not the ones that have to match. Okay. Here we go again, guys. Head and neck. Those have to match. Waist has to match. Upper leg has to match. This is what lower leg to foot, and you are up here because that's not being used. So, and footses have to match. All right, so we're here at footses. Slide. Okay. So that is really should be so split masked. Split masked. That is foot. this now becomes, hold on, split masked. Delete hidden. Split masked. And now this becomes merge down, rename, upper leg to ankle. Or we could just, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Right, that's the legs. So now we go to neck to waist. Right, so that's our upper leg. This is our waist, so we need to take you, split masked, and now you merge down to you. And that becomes waist to upper leg. I know, this is just amazing to watch me struggle with this, isn't it? Now we come up here, head to neck. We separate you. Split hidden. You. Merge down. That becomes neck to waist. And that is now just head. Or head to neck. I guess head to neck's fine. Right? Jeez, damn wheeze. Is everybody right? Flat up, flat up, flat up. Okay. What the hell? Save. Hello, Michael. How are you doing? Okay. So are we gonna... Are y'all even interested in what this is anymore? It's so taxing. So now what I want to be able to do is send these profiles out. Turn that off. So we come in, we have our head and neck. Let's turn these on just so we can see. Right, I'm gonna do this. W, I'm gonna come up here and just drag this up. I am now Dynamesh. Wow, why are you like that? Keep your fingers crossed. This shouldn't be painful. Keep groups. Dynamesh. It's only dynameshing 1,000,000 to under 1,000,000. This should not think. Has it keeping groups that's making it freak out? This should be an easy dynamesh. That right there is weird as hell. I do. It's T.S. Wittelsbach. Let me show you since. This is my lovely channel. Oh, look, and I'm hosting myself failing. How self-referential. Jesus Christ. Oh, look, there I am, failing miserably at whatever the hell I'm trying to do. Is this frozen now so it won't let me scroll? All right, there. What in the hell? Oh yeah, it is really just going to be one of those days. Now this says we have 60. Oh, okay, that's till next week. All right, yeah, whatever. For some reason, I have something selected here. For God's sakes, I don't even know. Forget it. You get it. It's there. Under T.S. Wittelsbach. Go away. It must be... That is so weird. It's got to be keeping the groups. Because there's... I mean, that's a 600 million... I feel so thoroughly... absolutely and utterly defeated. Oh my God, this is a painful, painful stream. I know this was at least twice as painful for you as it was for me. Fuck's sake. Okay, there's the head. We are going to take it, hide that, bring this up, squish it down, bring it up. Right, because that way we've retained that. Now let's just see if... is it going to let us do that? Okay, that seemed to work. Weirder than hell. Alright, so that worked. And now we're going to come in here. I'm going to drag this down. Drag you up. it down. I must have something else on. There's no way that this should be this, like, muddle futzed. Alright, so I just come up here, we'll just mask off that bottom edge. Come on. You shouldn't even have to think about that. That should be instantaneous. Right, so now we take clay tubes. Let's turn on symmetry just real quick. Just remask it just so we're always kind of going back to something. And then you just come to here. Redynamize. Oh my god. Sometimes it's just so painful, it's ridiculous. Come on, you can do it. What are you thinking about? And you just get it up to there. And now come on, it's enough, thank you. So now you go there. But everybody does a separate one, and you just pop the head on one, and you can pop, because they all tie together, you can come in and create anything you want, and then you stack them all together, and it becomes really entertaining. But that was completely, absolutely, and utterly frustrating. I just want everyone here to know that. That's all I want you to know. Now the question is, do we give you... I think for beginners, we might give you the templates sort of created, right? Where we go back to there, and we bring this back to here. So does anyone have any opinion on this? Because I think that if you just get something like this where you have the black, you know, you can take it, stretch it, and do whatever you want with it. But for beginners, I think it might be easier, instead of trying to get, get them to wrap their head around how to get you know, how to get these, dynamesh them together and all of that. It might be easier if you get the pieces with some sort of spacing between them. Does that make sense? Or do you think it's better to just let everyone create their own thing? I know it's always much more compelling for everyone to create their own thing, but if you just get these two templates and you're like, I don't understand. Does anyone have an opinion on this one? Because I know what I would like. Come on. You can do it. My God, why? I do not understand why these dynameshes are taking so friggin' long. You're making me crazy over here. Oh my God. You are being ridiculous. What is taking you so long? Oh, it hurts. I think I'm just like now just insanely impatient. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Nothing's happened. Goodness gracious. Whoa, so frustrating. Seriously, absurdity at its finest. It's still processing. That is insanity. I'm just going to sit here and look at you for a minute. Come on. Dynamesh. And no one's responding. Man, I can't even get people to respond right now. That's how bad it is. Kyle, when you watch this, I'm sorry. This is a painful one. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Just process the damn Dynamesh, you lunatic. Oh my gosh. I'm getting crabby. All right. I can't even take this. This is making me insane. All right, kind and gentlefolk. I'm calling it quits. I'm going to have to redo these base models and get them clean. There's no reason in the world that going from 2 million polys to 600,000 polys in a Dynamesh should take this long. This is absurdity at its finest. But I will have some bases. Oh, I'm losing my mind. For some reason, I cannot Dynamesh tonight. It keeps freezing up on Dynameshes, and I don't know why. And it's got me a little on the frustrated side. And I'm trying to make these exquisite corpse parts. And trying to figure out if it's easier for people to get them where they're sort of connected or not connected. I don't know. At this point, I kind of feel like my head's going to pop. Some heavy lifting. This should just think this is nothing. This should happen almost instantly. It hurts. It just hurts. It's painful. Painful. Look at this. How long has it taken for this to process? This is not big. It's 2 million polys. Going to 600,000 polys. Yes. The mad winged king. Holy cow. Okay. This has been an insanely non-productive stream, I think. I'm very frustrated. I hope you all gained something out of this. And if that is just, yes, someone who has used this program for 16 years can be frustrated, that Dynamesh doesn't work tonight. Oh, actually, if it crashed now, it wouldn't surprise me in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what the hell it's thinking about. I mean, this should be an easy thing. No, don't do that. This is not the forum for that. No propaganda. Okay. Well, you know what? I can't do it. I can't wait for these to remesh or to Dynamesh. I don't. I'm perplexed. These are simple models. I'm befuddled. I don't really have answers. It might be I have something running in the background or something that's a nightmare, but next week I'll actually have a drawing and we'll make something from a drawing and actually progress through a part. so you can see from one end to the other, so we can actually accomplish something. Because after a stream like this, I even question why I'm streaming. This is horrifying. And it's still not working. Isn't that awesome? Okay, kind and gentle folk, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm done. Nothing's working. It's been, sure, now you. And look, it's still going through mesh adjustment. That is insanity. All right, so I'm going to skip out. Please watch other ZBrush streamers. They actually have some very good information to share, unlike me tonight. We'll be starting a live class soon. I'll give you more information next week as soon as I know something about it. I want to thank ZBrush for letting me be here. Is it done? I don't think it did it. Yeah, no, it's not done yet. Who the hell knows what it's doing? Yep, no clue what's up with that. Yeah, I'm going to head to bed too. This has become absurd. It's still processing a low poly Dynamesh. Good God. Oh, are we done? Shocking. Look, now we have a... Ooh, wow, maybe I should start again. Nope. So, next week I'll have this stuff to show you. I think this will be entertaining. My head's going to explode right now. I just can't believe that, yeah, it's 3 here, 307. If you don't own the program, you can download a copy of it. I'm here every Monday. Usually I'm a little more productive than this. This has been really sad. Sorry about that one, guys. Nothing worked. That was incredible. And I think everyone should learn that sometimes just nothing works. Thank you, ZBrush crew, for letting me be here. Yeah, I don't even know what else to say. Holy Hannah. That was really, really frustrating. No. All right, so now we have to figure out how to turn this off. It's so funny. I have to open the Wacom window, or it doesn't take its first command to go over there. No, we're over there. All right.